One day, I'll eventually not forget to send the Blue Sky post. But that is not today. I have to double check like 2 other things really quick. Okay, that should be everything. And perfect. So, can finally play any of these days. I think I kind of want to alternate and start with having Mute today. Just because she is very fascinating. I have not been able to stop thinking about her. Hi. Let's not waste any time. I'm anxious to read about what happened. So now we're on day 2. I also have to keep track of which messages I end up extracting, so I don't extract ones that aren't... that are kind of out of sync with what I already got for, Heian. Still can't get to Death of Mute. It still takes power to extract. What do I want? What do I want? Because assuming these go... No, these aren't linear. So we got the Death of Mute. What is the Motherhood Credit Act? Actually, can I see what the other specific acts are? Meritocracy Act. Memorial Speech Draft. Unity Act. The Pale Bride. What does Kim have to do with the Pale Bride? Can we still not open this? The preferred decryption still hasn't found the key yet, unfortunately. I'm just as anxious to read it, okay? I'll let you know when it's ready. So we still have nothing on that. $40.39, Motherhood Credit Act. That was a problem even in the past. Next on the list, the Proposed Motherhood Credit Act. I'm tabling this one myself. Chief Counselor Ryu. You can find this text. You can find the text of the act in the 10th appendix of the session's agenda, as well as relevant charts and data in the 11th through 15th. We're sharp birding through it when it sees fast. My apologies. I'll try to keep this one concise then. Since I know you've all read this one anyway, we're approaching a serious demographic problem right now. Birth rates ship-wide have been declining for years. The plan, simply put, is to provide an economic incentive for families to raise children. Ai Shinzo Abe. Exactly what sort of numbers are you proposing? I feel like I'm being buried underneath a giant pile of data. How much is this credit for? Nothing's being buried, it's just thoroughness. Actually, I guess it'd be worse without marriage being respected, huh? Interesting. She sees a declining birth rate as a fault of the culture not prioritizing marriage. Interesting read, but okay. Chief Counselor Smith wouldn't have allowed an item to be introduced with 4 appendices. They've been available beforehand for months. Counselor Kim, I haven't read them either. I've read them, it's just unclear. What are the actual numbers? Chief Counselor Ryu. It's a complex breakdown with a number of factors. The bottom line, though, is that it will average to 20,000 silver for noble families per year, and 5,000 silver for peasant families per year. Let the record show that Counselor Lee just let out a long whistle, which I'm seconding. Those are big numbers. Meat says that's a good policy. No, it's not. That's not... Oh. That's not... And specifically the fact that the factor is like by times 4? Like why? Well, no, the answer behind why is because like, yeah, they value the nobles a lot more. But like... That's just a way of lining the nobles' pockets. Like, the nobles are just gonna have more kids so that they can have more money. Like... Because... Oh my god. Because it should be obvious with, like, hey, 20,000, 5,000, like, that's a 4K, 4 times difference. Like... But... Stack that. Stack that in terms of like, hey, if a rich family has a lot of money, they could probably take care of multiple kids. So let's say that they're gonna have 3. If that rich family has 3 kids, that is an additional 60,000 silver. If the poor family has 3 kids, that's only 15,000. Like, that's a difference of like 45,000. Like, that's so much money you're just funneling into the rich people. For money that they don't need. Just encourage them to have more kids. It's kinda... It's eugenics. Just done through money. Profit incentive, even. I don't object on principle, but I would like an assurance that this isn't going to impact my department's budget. It's already stretched thin. Everybody's stretched thin. The projection makes it seem like it's going to have a significant cost attached to it. Like, I'm not opposed either. I get the benefits. It's just, you know, the stability I worry about. Counselor Smith, if you would. Right. There's no question. There's no question this will be costly. We're looking for long-term results, but certainly this is a project that can be sustained in the long term. If you look at the Appendix 14, you'll see that the projected cost for the next 10 years will require a 15% tax increase. That's absurd. That's funneling so much more money into the nobles. That's a lot, Counselor Mute. However, the projection just also shows that with the estimated population increase, and this is being conservative, don't worry, we'll see an even payout after about 22 years. That's a significant increase. Because you're just squeezing the poor. Like, that tax isn't gonna impact the nobles. That 15% tax increase just goes directly to everybody else. How does that work? Appendix 15 is a report by the Mugunghwa University Department of Economics. He had the girl he's sleeping with cook the books. Oh, this is evil. Certainly, Counselor, but humor me. How does it work? Well, basically, when the population goes up, it means the workforce increases, which means there's more people to do more jobs, so there's an increase in tax revenue overall, but a decrease in government labor costs, which is always a pain in the ass, pretty much. Mute, that doesn't make sense. Don't say... That's insane. That doesn't... That's... You can't have everything go up. You can't have everything go up, but then government labor costs go down? That's not how that works. When the population goes up, it means the workforce increases, which means there's more people to do more jobs. No. Like, no, you thin out the excess workforce. You're not going to be paying all those people well. Because there's so many people, the value of labor goes down. That's where the decrease in the government labor costs come from. Like, everybody's going to be competing for each other, so they're going to be lowering how much they're willing to take. They're not making more money. That's not how economics works. Counselor Smith, I'm sure the Counselor of Education will vouch for the Quality University's findings. The old Counselor of Education. Oh, was replaced under meritocracy by a family member. Who replaced him? Yes, of course, I'll stand by it. You're cooking the books too. Why are you a part of this plan? This is stupid. What do you gain from this? Counselor Lee, very well then. Counselor Mute. Okay, but here's my problem. If you increase taxes on the lower class by 15%, there will be riots. Like, my office will be on fire within a week. And it turns out that costs even more of the money that's already tight to put out. We're talking additional straight-out riots. It's a security problem. What's with her arguing with a man like that? I'd never... She's right, though! You slap a 15% tax on the lower class, they're gonna get mad. Especially if that's just gonna funnel into more money for rich people. But the benefit would be... I get what the benefit would be. It just doesn't offset the cost of, you know, offices on fire. But he doesn't care about that. He also sounds so unsure of, like, his own plan. Like, he's hoping that the other people are buying into it. What's going on in the back of here? Counselor Joe. More workers would be a pretty good thing, though. Shut up! Are you really going to exercise the security veto over this? Counselor Smith. If I may, a possible solution might be to offload the tax increase onto the noble class. This is a terrible idea. Just to hell with the whole act, I say. Kim is right. No, it's a good idea. Peasants off having children is something I'm all for. Peasants raising happy families do not set fire to anything. To be perfectly clear, I am very much in favor of the not setting things on fire option, okay? So even this mute I have problems with. Like, she's still for class oppression, but she doesn't want to have her ass under the fire. Like, she's not the one good person in this. The only reason that she's having a problem with this plan is the fact that she's the one immediately in a line of fire when things go bad. The Counselor of Security may be over-dramatizing a little. No, she's honest. She's right. Don't sound so certain. We need to find some sort of consolation for the refusal to carry out President Park's insane school credit idea. This just addresses a serious social issue as well as undercuts Park. If it's not this, it'll have to be something else. Counselor Kim, I don't care. I'm not voting for an act that'll require a tax increase, let alone one supported by noble families alone. Counselor Yang, yes, me neither. Counselor Lee, this is certainly going nowhere fast. Counselor Ryu. Counselor Smith? Smith, yeah? I'm sure something can be changed to address the counselor's concerns, right? Well, we could probably just take the funding from the surplus. It'll all balance out in the end anyway. I didn't think to submit any numbers on that though. Why? Why is this plan so roughshod? Assembling a counselor state is correct, and no new taxes were levied on either the peasantry or the noble class. Would anyone object? Counselor Mute, it'd be okay by me. Counselor Lee, assuming the counselor's state is correct, no, there would be no objection. So you take out the taxes, but you're still just giving the money more to the nobles and taking it from... Not taking it, but you're not giving the peasants nearly as much. Yes, fine, whatever, I don't care. Counselor Yang, I would have a problem. Counselor Joe, what they all said. I would have no problem, Counselor Yang. But like, I guess it went through in the end, right? Great. Counselor Smith, please provide a new report on the feasibility of surplus financing for the Motherhood Credit Act. The item is tabled until then. Moving on. Why? So like... The reason you do something like this, the reason why you would even, like, create a plan this stupid, or, like, this bad on its face of, like, hey, let's slap a 15% tax, is, like, it's kind of a diversion, but at the same time, like, Ryu really seemed like he wanted that tax to go through, to the point where he made Smith, like, spit out bullshit numbers. Meritocracy Act, Day 9. Incredibly uncivilized. Let's formally begin Day 9 of debate on the Meritocracy Act. Is there any hope of this being the last day? Unless this council really is the quote shit show unquote that President Park claims it to be. There shouldn't be any surprises. Everyone should be on the same page. Everyone had better be on the same page. Are we going to have that word shit show in the council records? Yeah, it's hopeless. 3 more years to debate. Can't wait. We could focus, please. I understand that several councilors have amendments they'd like to table. Very well, please refer to the appendix. 201 for the text of it. Councillor Kim, unintelligible. Order, please continue, Councillor O. It states, essentially, that the meritocracy exams will be run exclusively by the committee chaired by the president of Magunwan University, composed entirely of currently existing nobles, and that no person currently standing on the council will solicit or engage in any improper relationship with a member of the meritocracy committee for the purposes of falsifying exam results under penalty of essentially being barred from the exam. Wait. The meritocracy exams will be run exclusively by a committee chaired by the president of Magunwan University. I knew her as Queen Consort O Euna. She was the person who was there for me when I first woke up, but I guess in the past she was the president of Magunwan University who was seducing Councillor Ryu. She's wrong. She thinks Yuna is the problem in the relationship between her and Ryu when the issue is with Ryu. Composed entirely of currently existing nobles, in that no person currently standing on the council will solicit or engage in any improper relationship with the member of the meritocracy committee with the purposes of falsifying exam results under penalty of essentially being barred from the exam. So basically, it's a test run by a committee. This is so stupid. This is so evil and just like nakedly lining the pockets of the upper class. I want to say that it's like turning a university into a private school, but that's basically what universities kind of are nowadays, so whatever. Composed entirely of currently existing nobles, so only the rich will be on the council, and that no person currently standing on the council will solicit or engage in any improper relationship with a member of the meritocracy committee with the purpose of falsifying exam results under penalty. So they can't falsify the results, and they can't lie to everybody else to falsify those results. Councillor Mute. Wait, what? What does that even mean? Councillor O. Nothing. Councillor Lee, the definition of improper relationship seems to be impossible for a family member to fulfill. Is that correct? Councillor O, that's correct. Councillor Mute, so it's functionally useless then. Councillor O, again, that's accurate. Great, I love it. Functionally useless is the best kind of function. Then what's the point? The point is, my entire goal proposing the Meritocracy Act was to create the appearance of radical change that's consistent with what President Park has proposed, in a way that won't actually change the status quo. Well, that won't change the status quo except for hanging anyone but the 8 families here out to dry. Yeah, no, that's just further consolidating power for the nobles. That's all that they're doing. Except for hanging anyone but the 8 families here out to dry. Yeah, they're lining their own pockets. Hanging nobles out to dry? How barbaric. Oh no, not this again. What the hell, Counselor Yang? Who really cares about the nobility status of the Kong and or Han families? They're not here. Like, I get the concern. It feels like betraying nobles for the sake of peasants, and I don't like it either, okay? But this is pretty clearly the best way out of this problem. We could stand to lose some dead weight anyway. I don't really like the tone of that. Man, what happened to no surprises? They're only looking out after themselves. They're securing themselves under the guise of securing the nobles. They are lining a noble's pocket, but more importantly, they're consolidating further and further power into their own pockets as, like, things tighten. Hi, Proteus. Currently, I am doing well, and I'm suffering while I'm reading these articles. Technically articles, technically documents. We've been here for 9 days. Has it not been made clear that there are bigger concerns than tone, Counselor Smith? I would think your primary concern is that they were able to pass a budget, Counselor. Yeah, it is. Are there any objections to including Counselor O's amendment to the Act? Wait, so that was O's amendment. Yeah, alright. Which would just further secure O's own family. Like Yuna. Counselor? Sorry, strike this statement from the record. No. Then the amendment is added to the Act. Who else had it in addition? Counselor Kim, I want to add an amendment that requires a member of each department to certify the exams. Various counselors' indiscernible interjections. No, it is just closed captions. I want to add an amendment that requires members of each department to certify the exams. Old Meat was pretty antagonistic toward him. He was the Counselor of Engineering. I want to know more about you, Counselor Kim. You seem to be interesting. Order. There will be order. Thank you. What happened to no surprises? Don't do this, Counselor. I'd like to second the motion for Counselor Kim not to do this to us. Don't you want to make sure it's unnecessary and transparent? It's really not, though. The purpose of the Act is to be subtle, and that is hardly consistent with subtle. The rules effectively allow Mugunwang University to ensure that as is anyway. Sort of Greensleeves. I don't think I've heard that song. Let's just move on right now, okay? Fine. Are there any other amendments any counselors wish to table? Counselor Joe. Yeah, actually I do. It's co-authored by us. The text can be found in Appendices 191 to 192. The proposal is for all meritocracy exams to be broken into several brackets, and for the counselor position to be awarded to the oldest member of the top bracket. That's gerontocracy. That's not gonna... does that really make a difference? What? Of course it makes a difference. Respecting elders is important. That's why they want that. Then Counselor Lee was replaced under the Meritocracy Act by a member of the Tay family. Wait, this is the act that ended up getting multiple of these people moved. Because Mute stayed on regardless. He's the counselor of engineering, so he stayed. So Kim stayed, Ryu stayed. Jill was replaced under the Meritocracy Act by a family member. Lee was replaced by a member of the Tay family. As the Counselor of Education spoke out. But I already know that O was replaced later. Like, this is the act that ends up replacing at least 3 of the counselor seats. It's simple to assure that someone can't take over a position just by scoring a few points better than one of us. There's some smart kids in my family. I'd rather not the position be lost to them just because of a 2-point difference for insurance. Oh, okay. Fair enough. They have to rig the system so much. And they did it for their own self-interest, but multiple people in this room recording this record get replaced because of these rules. Any objections? The item is added to the Act, then. Any other proposed amendments? No? Could it be that the end is finally in sight? Finally, after 10,000 years of debate, it's time to vote. It's about time. How does the Council vote on the amended Act? Counselor of Security is in favor. The Counselor of Culture is in favor. I still think this is a terrible idea, but I'll vote in favor. But Kim doesn't get... Formerly Counselor Kim. But Mute doesn't mention if Kim got replaced. The Counselor of State is in favor, but let the record show I'm not comfortable with it either. Smith got replaced. Joe, Agriculture. Replacement under Meritocracy. So those are essentially just like keeping it in the family. It's keeping the family business around. So they got what they wanted. It's kind of playing with old Mute. He was replaced under Meritocracy by a family member. But then Lee got replaced. Lee got replaced by a Tay family member because they probably were more useful to whoever wanted them. Most of the board stayed on, but Lee got switched out. Counselor of Justice is in favor. The Counselor of Competency is in favor. The Meritocracy Act passes unanimously. After 9 days of debate, that concludes the agenda for the session. I'm personally going to motion to prorogue council until after exams are conducted, as soon as this act is signed by the president. As soon as it's signed and soon as the smug jerk has choked on a shit show crack. I'll second the Chief Counselor's motion. Assuming the act is signed with no problems, we'll reconvene after the Meritocracy exam results are confirmed. See you in 3 months then. Let's go home, counselors. Council's dismissed. Wait, so that means Lee was replaced immediately within like 3 months of this happening? Like, that's so fast. That's in April 4042. So I gotta keep track of dates after April 40. So what, she said... Yeah, so just after April of 4042 and see what happens. Memorial speech draft by AA. Park Ji-sung. Hi, I'm Park Ji-sung. If you don't know who I am, I'm the student representative, and in Professor Kim's absence, now acting president of Academics Against Neo-Confucianization. Wait, this is a different... Oh wait, Mute wants to talk after this. Professor Kim's absence. Professor Kim was a history professor. His wife was Heo Se-young. He had a young daughter, also was kinda hand-packed. He kinda didn't appreciate the value of the classics, and his wife wasn't able to protect him from being murdered. Now acting president of Academics Against Neo-Confucianization. I like to think that we're close, but truthfully, I don't know Professor Kim very well. I've only been a student for a mere 5 years, my entire adult lifetime, but for him, the time I knew him was a flash in a pan, a mere fraction of a 3-decade-long academic career. I can say, however, the time in which I knew him was the time that he considered to be one of the most pivotal in his lifetime, the founding of AANC. He was the last holdout professor to teach classes exclusively using Korean script over Chinese scripts. He had to hold on for that long? His specialty was in Earth history, and where nobody else did, he recognized Maganwang University President Oh Eun's program of promoting Neo-Confucian classics for what it is, a retrograde ideology with myriad problematic aspects, not least of all involving the intersectionality of classism and sexism. Yo! If the language of classics isn't good enough for you, what is? That's so interesting. Because it means that this project, like this Neo-Confucian project that's been going on for like basically as long as Park was president, like he was fighting. And this is such a... It's such a cultural idea to try to, like, implant. And instead of going for, like, mass media, they went specifically to, like, throw it into education. But of course, somebody who is a specialty, someone with a focus in Earth history, like, they're gonna recognize, hey, you're just doing that thing from before again, just in a more controlled environment. This is perfect for me. He was one of the smartest people I've ever known, both a mentor and a father figure to me. I don't know why, but he saw a lot in me, and I've struggled immensely to live up to his expectations. No doubt he would be disappointed in what I'm about to do, and it pains me to say this. As of today, Academics Against Neo-Confucianization will be officially disbanded. Professor Kim was an extraordinary and stubborn man who had the determination and charisma to fight to the end. He was unique in that regard, and a pinnacle above all others. Nobody else could possibly fill his shoes. That's why he had to be assassinated. Without him, AANC doesn't have the leadership or the clout to keep going on. In this past 2 months, I have tried my hardest, but the sad reality of the matter is, I have let him down, and cannot take the role of that extraordinary man. With nobody else willing or able to step up to that role, I'm afraid that there's no point in going on. His assassination spelt the end of this counter movement. Or at least, like, in... presumably, I think rightfully, the most important university for the ship. To everyone who believed in me, I'm sorry. To everyone who believed in Professor Kim, I'm especially sorry. This is my failure, not his. I will, however, thank the university for graciously deciding, despite their disagreements, to dedicate this auditorium in memorial of him. This sure is a lot of flowery language to defend barbarianism. I've brought it up before. I think I can say this, and it kind of be in line. I will, however, thank the university for graciously deciding, despite their disagreements, to dedicate this auditorium in memorial of him. Hey, reminder. Martin Luther King was basically confirmed to be assassinated by the CIA. And they still gave him a holiday. I just think that's a funny little fact to share. While this university decides to give this man an auditorium, who was the only thorn in their side for maybe 6+ years. I ask you to not remember him by what has happened to the ANC in his absence, but to remember for his willingness to fight for what he believed in, for his brilliance and compassion, for all the scholarship he contributed on the subject he loved, for his ability to inspire anyone to understand the importance of studying history. I'll end on this note. One day, when I was having an absolute misery of a time with some silly adolescent relationship problem, I confided in him, rambling for 2 whole hours about how I didn't know what to do, and could he offer me any advice. He listened to it all, very patiently, and when I was done, he was silent as he thought about it for a good while. Finally, he said to me, "Here's the most important thing, Mr. Park. For fuck's sake, it's not always about being clever. You have to be decent to her." For fuck's sake, it's not always about being clever. You have to be decent. It's easy to be angry, to cast blame, to be spiteful. But I hope, if there's any way I can redeem myself in his eyes and live up to the standard he's set, it's making sure his legacy is inspiring people to be critical, to be curious, but to above all else always be decent. You have to be decent. Thank you. I'm having a really hard time dealing with some of the stuff we've read. Like, what the hell is up with this society's treatment of marriage? Queen Yuna always told me it was bad in the past, but like, right, because she was, again, have to basically translate everything that Mute is saying through a very difficult cognitive lens. I don't know, I guess. Like, it's one thing to understand abstractly how those relationships worked, but another to read about individuals, you know? I mean, I know you're not really properly married yet, but you're a man. I'm not. Would you be okay with marrying someone who worked? Like, even if she made more money than you? Like, why not? Because it's a complete inversion of the natural order? You're so precious. You're wrong, but you're precious. I don't mean to judge you. I just, like, I don't get it. It's so disappointing that this is a legit question to have to ask men even in the 21st century. It's for multiple factors. And again, this game also being very focused around like classism and sexism. Like, patriarchy is a hell of a thing. And I'm not saying that just like for buzzword. But like, when a man is essentially forced to be the breadwinner, it's supposed to be the one that has the most money, when it has to be the one who is working the hardest, like they have to be the most important person. It means that they can't have anybody else upstage them, let alone they can't have a woman upstage them. So if your pride is in being a man, then a lot of what you're kind of communicated and told is like, hey, you need to be better than other men. You need to be better. You need to be better than every other man that is in that room, and every other man that you're talking to, and every other man who knows you. That means that you need to make more money than all those men. And that means that you also can't be shown up by your wife. Which means, hey, I need to make so much money that my wife doesn't need to work. On top of that, I need to make so much money that she can afford to wear extravagant dresses. She can go out and do everything that she kind of wants, but it's my money. Because without me, she's nothing. And this mute was essentially taught from the perspective of just, that's the way that it should be. The thing that's natural is for a man to make the most amount of money. It's natural for a woman to not work. It's natural for her to be disempowered because it's wrong. Because it would be wrong if she disobeyed or showed up or made her husband look bad. Why would anyone be so cruel to women as forcing them into a role they can't fulfill? Mute. The cruelty is in telling them that they can't fulfill that role. And I mean, like, I don't know. It doesn't seem like anyone really cares that much about marriage in this period. Like, reading about Ho A-jung and Mei Jina, it sounds like they hardly even ever so much as thought about marriage. Yeah, they didn't. I just don't get it. Like, if it weren't for the names, reading stuff like that, I think they were men. But even more importantly, they just don't seem to respect marriage very much, period. Is like that normal in your time too? I think it's very normal. Different people have different priorities. Some people like marriage, some people don't. Some people don't see the need to put that title on a relationship. Scary. It's the most important relationship. But why? Why is marriage the most important relationship? Like, I don't know. It just feels unfair. Filial relationships are the most important things, and for a woman, marriage is the most important one of those. Like, I'm not being judgmental, okay? This isn't a superiority thing, but it is, and you are. It's just, you know, to expect women to get by without those relationships all alone. Like, it just feels incredibly cruel. She's so fascinating. She is incredibly fascinating. I'm a security program, right? My job is to prioritize stability above all else. It's important. But is that what's stable to you? Like, stability isn't just about stopping banditry. It starts with people, okay? If individual families aren't even in harmony, then what hope does the rest of the ship have? That's the Confucianism. That's the Confucianism kicking in. Hi, Saidaku. Well, I mean, I guess we both know the answer to that question in the end. But that wasn't... She's so cool. I like talking to her. Layover on Earth. A 24-hour layover on Earth can be brutal for the most stress. 24-hour layover? But it doesn't have to be. With the most spaceports linked by orbital rail transit, taking a day trip on the surface has never been easier. Remember, days on Earth are traditionally segmented into 7 per week, with the most regions observing 1 or 2 of those days off. Make sure you're not trying to visit during a weekend day, or you'll be terribly disappointed. Here are some of the favorite, lesser frequented day trips that anyone can experience on Earth. Gardens. Open... Pyongyang. Oh, no, I do know that word. Open to the public all days, but tourism available on Monday or Tuesday. Like most major metropolitan areas in the region, Pyongyang is climatized to a year-long comfortable spring. So while the countryside will be buried in snow in February, the city itself is nice and warm, perfect for watching the flowers bloom on its famous rooftop gardens. Lake City Ruins, closed to the public on Sundays. Experience a guided tour through the preserved ruins of Lake City to see a glimpse of a quaint 23rd century life. Quaint. Tour routes are well marked, well monitored, and completely safe for any visitor. For those not interested in long hikes, a trip on the recently restored electric underground rail system is still a must-see. Atlantis Science Museum, closed on Sunday mornings. All the Science Museum's exhibits are worth visiting, but the current special holography exhibits on both dinosaurs and other prehistoric animals and the Lunar War are absolutely outstanding and must be seen. Plus the 3-hour trip counts as your annual education requirement, just going to show that learning can be fun. Wait. What was that last part? What does that mean? A 3-hour trip counts as your annual education requirement. What educational requirement? What yearly educational requirement? Whatever. Shit, I don't want to look at all these. I just want to see the ones that are unrad. The Unity Act and then the Pale Bride. What's the Unity Act? We all know what's on the agenda. I trust we can get through this in a civilized fashion. One hopes. I don't like your tone, Counselor. I didn't... Not you, the Counselor of Capitancy. Please don't derail this Counselor mute. Your objections to the Unity Act have been thoroughly stated and noted. Your input is appreciated. What's got mute in a fluster about this? Your input is appreciated me, okay? You're not going to shut me up. This is insane. This is like actually insane. I don't even know why it's being brought up again. Did you miss the memo? I'm security vetoing it. It's not... How the hell do you justify that? It has nothing to do with ship security. Are you kidding? Like, seriously? You honestly haven't considered the idea that removing all restrictions as to who can be president has massively destabilizing consequences? Wait, why is this the Unity Act? Please read the record, Counselor. You'll find that an amendment has been added to address security concerns. The Act very specifically says that it only removes all non-criminal, non-age-related restrictions. There aren't any destabilizing consequences. That's so stupid. The Act very specifically says that it only removes all non-criminal, non-age-related restrictions. There aren't any destabilizing consequences. That's not true. That's on its face not true. That doesn't address my concerns at all. I will not budge in this matter, okay? The security veto stands. And I can't believe I actually have to argue why separation of powers is important. On what grounds do you even argue that the security veto would apply here? Really? The possibilities for abuse are endless. It goes against every principle the current system of government was founded on. I can't believe I defend the principles of that awful society like this. Counselor Tay. And that's a reason not to do something? Counselor Mew, you surely not suggest that those principles are unassailable. How will we ever improve our society if we defend bad ideas simply for the sake of conservatism? You're new. I knew that man. He was the Counselor of Culture back then, but I knew him as Minister Tay. He replaced Counselor Lee post-meritocracy. I guess, I see what he meant when he said that he didn't have a good relationship with the old mute, though. Okay, well, while you're off fantasizing about improving our society, it's my job to put my foot down on things that can jeopardize the ship's safety. If the act is amended, would you even consider the possibility of rescinding your veto? No. Then please let the record be updated to include a signed document from Mr. Park overriding the security veto. Not this time, Mew. Okay. I'm gonna wait, cause ads. Fuck. This is so bad. On its surface, it's so bad. It's... stretching my legs. It's... what? Thank you, I have water. Because what's happening is a consolidation of power. Not... obviously. But it's slow, smaller moves instead of one big power play. It's getting the Counselor of Education in your pocket. It's getting the head of the university in your pocket. It's doing something that most people benefit from, but having a plan to make sure that, one person that you don't want gets removed from the council and replaced with somebody that you have better control over. It's slow and insidious, the way that it's creeping in and slowly, nurturing its own nest. This is slow, Machiavellian corruption, for lack of a better term. This is awful. It's not actually bad, it's fascinating, but like this sucks. This sucks seeing happen. Of course he did. That's cause for alarm in and of itself. Don't you see, he wants the ability to run for a second term. If we actually let him stay in the public spotlight for that long, that gets rid of our strongest control against democracy movements. Like, if you think that they were getting bad before, can you imagine what they'd be like after 10 years of a single unified charismatic leader with a government platform? 15, 20, do you really think that would be okay? Jeez, if she'd gotten her way, things would be so different. But she's right! Except we've completely knocked the wind out of the movement's sails. Well, maybe he is thinking of that. Maybe he's thinking that. It's merely wishful thinking. Great, so now you're just offloading the problem onto me in the future. It's lost momentum now, but what about like a century from now? Our actions here have serious consequences. Rest well, Effie. Thank you for stopping by. It doesn't look like you're convincing anyone. Note, a long pause follows. Okay. I'm willing to compromise. I know when I've lost. I'll support the act. Just give me an amendment that ensures the president can't have 2 terms, okay? Hell, even specify that it only applies to non-noble presidents. Just give me something here. Just give me an amendment that ensures a president can't have 2 terms, okay? Hell, even specify that it only applies to non-noble presidents. Like, that's the bare minimum that she's asking for. I'll be willing to see Chief Counselor Ryu. I don't think that's necessary. You'll second the motion, Counselor Joe. Counselor Joe. Sorry, strike my remark from the record. Counselor Mute. What? How's that even controversial? I don't see any reason for further debate on the matter. Come on, there's no reason not to. All I want is to ensure someone like President Park doesn't run again. Will anyone second the amendment? I'll move to vote on the act, as it stands. Nobody. Seconded. Oh, I see. The motion passes. How does the council vote? The Councilor of Culture is in favor. The Counselor of Engineering and Science is in favor. Counselor Smith, in favor. Counselor Yang of Justice, also in favor. The Council of Competency is in favor. Counselor O, same. The Counselor of Agriculture is in favor. And the Counselor of Security. Against one assumes. The Counselor of Security abstains. No. This is the first abstination from a vote by Counselor Mute in the ship's history. This is the first time that she got beaten into submission. Yeah, the way that Mute and Honey can respond basically by their changing expressions really do add a lot in kind of communicating their character while you're reading something else. Very well, the act passes. 7 in favor with 1 abstention. And that's everything on the agenda. We'll reconvene after the presidential election. Council is now dismissed. And then everything went to shit like less than half a year later. So what about the Pale Bride? Kim So-yi. It's translated as the Pale Bride instead of Sick Daughter for consistency's sake. The ship sailed on getting that one right a long time ago. Apartment status. Bed is made. A few dishes need to be washed. Takeout containers need to be taken to garbage. Floor is clean. After 2 years without any sort of breakthrough and dozens of appeals without any form of acknowledgement, I believe I discovered the evidence that I need to provide definitive proof. There has always been a bizarre family legend of an eccentric but brilliant ancient earthbound ancestor who saved his terminally ill daughter through unconventional methods. In some tellings, she is the ghost that lives in a computer. In others, she is sealed away in an alternative dimension to return when the ship has landed on a planet with fresh air. I learned the truth from my grandmother at the New Year's gathering. In reality, she does exist, and is merely in cryonic sleep in the family storage closet. I caught a glimpse of her at the gathering. I realized that she was the key to proving my thesis. Today, I returned with my husband to their home, having offered her a great-grandchild-related bribe in order to have access to the sleeping Pale Bride to run to us. Her, the Pale Bride. My theory is that she has not consumed food or water or breathed air in nearly 1,600 years. If there has been a significant increase in ambient radiation and naturation, she could be significantly less affected by it. Her chamber was sealed partially by glass, so she may not be completely unaffected, but I anticipate the difference will be readily observable. The technology involved in her preservation seems extraordinarily designed. I can't believe that it came from the same level of earthborn brilliance that built our ship. She was in there for approximately 1,600 years. From 4045. Which brings that down to 2,700? 2,600. While my husband was gracefully distracting my grandparents by listening to their stories, I set up the storage closet, attempting to open a capsule labeled Kim Hye-yi, Pale Bride. Hun-yi, my bad. Better known as the Pale Bride, royal consort and mass murderer. Depends on how she feels about it. This action was easier said than done. A separate hacked-together computer was regulating the capsule, but the labeled switch for opening it was non-operational. It took a significant while to figure out what I needed to connect the secondary battery and insert an override switch to enable the switch. It did not help that it was very trepidatious to fiddle with Earthborn designed technology that was completely over my head. Accidentally causing damage with my clumsiness would have been disastrous. Wait, how did she figure out when Kim Jong-soo couldn't? The warm-up cycle took a good 10 minutes as I watched her. I became very aware of the fact that she was a real girl, a very old one, an orphan who lost her family centuries ago, who likely had her own hopes and dreams. I found myself hoping that one day we would find a way to let her live the rest of her life, although given the state of modern medicine, optimism would be sadly unfounded. Even after she was brought back to life by the machine, she did not actually awaken. Going from a near-death state to merely sleeping, she looked very peaceful. I did not disturb her too badly when I took a small sample of her blood. Still, she started to open her eyes, mumbling quietly. "Who are you?" she asked. "Go back to sleep, little one," I said, touching her face gently. "It's not time to wake up yet." "All right," she murmured, and she closed her eyes again. I suddenly felt guilty, and quickly put her back into the freeze where she belonged. It is justifiable, of course. She remains unharmed and will continue to rest peacefully. I doubt she would think of it as anything more than a brief dream. And regardless of any discomfort I caused that poor child, proving my hypothesis may be necessary for ensuring that society thrives into the future where she might awaken. Afterwards, I rescued my brave husband and let my grandparents pester me about our family's plans instead. I do not mind talking to them, and to discuss things more freely than the usual tone at large family gatherings. I was very alarmed to discover just how badly even the main branch had been doing over the past couple years. Losing the counselorship and therefore nobility status has had a great impact on everyone, not just me, although I still feel my situation is worse. Hopefully, however, the situation will only be temporary. If the data received from analyzing the Pale Bride's blood sample supports my theory, and I am confident it will, it should give it enough strength that I will be taken seriously again. Things may not improve in the short term, but they will eventually. Of this I have confidence. And then Mute dies on March 9th. Alright. Time to look for more. What about a diagnostic? No errors. Now I'm very... What if I follow the trail from Kim So-yi? Where was the last one? Pale Bride. Moving in. Everything will be alright. Most extravagant bribery. Fired. Pay cut. Grandmother knows best. So-yi is taking a lot more of my attention right now. Because I kind of want to see what exactly is driving her this far. Start with Grandmother knows best. Room status. Relatively free of debris. No laundry on floor. Futon still unrolled. Futon still unrolled. Not really a point to doing it this late in the day. No dishes in room. That's just about good enough for me. Today was pretty exhausting at work. We're still doing cleanup. We're still doing cleanup from the fire on Monday, and I'm low enough on the ladder to get stuck in a room full of ash all day. It also meant in order to catch up on all my project work, I had to do 2 hours of overtime afterwards. It was not my idea of fun. I can't figure out what the occasion is, but for some reason when I got home from work, half the main branch of the family seemed to be in our living room. Even my grandfather, the Counselor of Engineering himself, was there, shockingly. I wanted to just go lie down and hole up in my room, but given how rare an event that is, social obligations interfered. Why would a Kim woman need to have a job? After thanking grandfather for getting me that job once more, which he seemed nonplussed on the subject of, my grandmother instantly dominated a conversation by asking me if I'd found a man yet. My standard response, I love to, but works keep getting in the way. She apparently didn't buy it. Ooh. Why not? Isn't engineering a male-dominated field? She asked. It's not wrong, but nearly every single man is either named Kim or married to someone named Kim. There's a few exceptions, like my boss, the gross one who forces me to clean up ashes instead of doing important work. I left that last part out in my answer to grandmother. It's not like I don't want to find someone. I'd sure like to move out from my parents' house and have someone for companionship, and eventually have kids when my career gives me the time for it. But I'm not opposed to marriage. I really want it. But I don't think I'm brave enough to say the only reason why I've gotten to 22 years old without ever having a boyfriend is because I'm hopeless with men. Wow, still married at 22? That poor one. For context of like how antiquated her perception is. Or even in front of everyone. I feel pretty embarrassed even writing this in my diary, where nobody but me is going to read it. Sorry, Kim. So, I think I was supposed to be offended when she asked, what if I found someone for you? But actually, it seemed like a reasonable enough idea. She has good judgment, probably, and I don't believe in nonsense like love at first sight. The idea of getting together with someone through a matchmaker doesn't sound very hard to justify. Besides, if I don't like whoever she picks, I can always just say no. So I asked, do you have someone in mind? She seemed pretty taken aback by that. My parents, not so much. They didn't say anything. Her grandmother sounds like a good woman at least, even if it's late. What do you mean it's late? She's 22! The bottom line is that it seems I now have a marriage interview with Mr. Payan at some point next month. Because he was a commoner. Wait, but why would... Apparently he is very sweet, dresses handsomely, and works as a cook for a living. Those all sound like good things to me. Although I worry about what sort of man would resort to matchmaking. Well, I'm not one to talk. I think it's going to be fairly weird, but I'm looking forward to it. She got married to a commoner. Kim So-yi, granddaughter of Counselor Kim. He was the Counselor of Engineering. And Kim was going to school for engineering. Pay cut. I can see the gears turning. I'm wondering what was the trigger for what got Kim cut out of the council. Like, why was Kim specifically cut out of the council? And is it because of the fact that his granddaughter married a commoner? A woman who is very, very against the social norms of this time. Like, she was attending school. She was in a male-dominated field. And she married a commoner despite being a noble and also being directly related to a council member. Like, there's so many different parts of that that could explain why Counselor Kim was cut from the council. See, her domestic life is really suffering because of her work. No time to make the bed this morning. All dishes washed, drying rack full. Floors probably need to be swept at some point this week. I'll do it when I'm less annoyed. Pay cut. In the past month, in addition to the research work that has been my actual job description, I have organized 3 successful maintenance projects, compiled over a dozen set of minutes, and learned a recently resigned secretary's filing system in order to explain to a co-worker. To say nothing of the many smaller contributions I have been asked to make, all of which unrelated to my research. This is the hardest I've worked in my life, and I am proud of what I have done. Despite this, today I had to take a pay cut. When I was called into the research chief's office, I expected the opposite. A commendation for exemplary work would have been warranted. It's the manner of praise. Given the current economic circumstances, a promotion would have been unlikely, regardless of the fact that it is very much due. Instead, my hourly pay will be reduced by 10% effective immediately. I'm sorry, it's nothing personal, he told me. Just between you and me, I've been really impressed by your work. I appreciate it and all. I'm afraid it's just a matter of department-wide policy. We've been asked to cut costs on all high-risk employees and put them towards training costs. I'm sure you understand. How is she high risk? She's high risk because she can get pregnant. So tragic. Because, like, I'm not even saying that as, like, an offhanded thing. Like, no, that is something that was used for a very long time and kind of still is, where, like, part of it depends on policy, part of it depends on where or, like, who is, like, paying or whatever. But generally the idea is that a reason why a company would be averse to either promoting or giving a woman a raise is because if that woman needs to take time off to take care of her family, which is the expectation in a very Neo-Confucian society, that's a high, quote-unquote, high-value worker that you just lost, quote-unquote, that you just lost. So, instead of paying a woman more, cut her pay by 10% and put that into training costs in an already male-dominated field. She is specifically high risk because she is a woman. Because potentially, the expectation might be, oh, well, she'll just get married. She's already a noble. She was a noble. Like, she'll just marry off into somebody who has money, and then she leaves the job, and then they're out of a worker. So there's no point in giving her a raise. Hell, if she's so much of a liability, then, like, you gotta cut her pay, because it makes more sense that way. Like, this is what systemic oppression looks like. This is what systemic sexism looks like. No, I said, I don't understand. Elaborate. In what manner am I high risk? It means a risk of quitting. I mean, really. It's because you've got more options now. We have to compensate for that somehow. Lately, because of the whole motherhood credit thing, we've been losing a lot of highly qualified women. I mean, I'm sure you understand, he says. I didn't. If you decide to quit and have children, it's going to be expensive to train a replacement, especially one as qualified as you. Dismantle and deconstruct underlying thought patterns behind all of this. Hey, that's kind of the focus of like my bachelor's. Like this game is just all about sociology. Like you're seeing how policy impacts people. You can see the records of the arguments, like what's the goal behind certain people and kind of like what they want out of like certain deals that are being made. All the while, So Yi just got heavily impacted by the motherhood credit. Because the expectation is, why would a noble woman waste time... Fuck. Why would a noble woman waste time working a job when all she needs to do is have 3 kids and then her family makes 60K? Fuck, that sucks. It's like, no, this is the stuff that I was like directly learning about when I was taking classes. Like this is directly in like a lot of my this was directly in a lot of my sociology classes. I have no intention of having children at 24, I told him, or at any other point in the foreseeable future. The concern is unwarranted. What? But that's the best age to have children at. Her own antiquated viewpoint. That's also why her model is probably younger. It's not the older woman who was like standing quote-unquote defiantly. Like, no, she's someone made to be much more subservient now. Ugh. This hurts. Well, statistically speaking, as a married woman, you are. Personally, I believe you, because I know you well. I'm sure you're not lying. But I can't make any exception for anyone who says that. If I did, anyone could say that, and we'd still have a huge problem. I was unable to think of anything appropriate to say. I found the suggestion upsetting. I mean, you can see the logic in that, right? I can show you the actuary reports if you'd like, he offered. Please do that, I said. After I returned home from work, I had the chance to review them, and unsurprisingly, they are consistent with what he had said. I could find no grounds under which to criticize their numbers. It seemed to be based on solid research. But if you think it all checks out, you'll understand that it's fair, right? That's just how it goes, statistically speaking, he said. I can't argue with the logic, I finally admitted. I hoped that when I got home the reports would be problematic and I could criticize them. I knew you'd be rational about it, he told me. That's why I'm glad you're still with us. You're definitely a logic-minded person. You understand how statistics work. And really, given how hard you work, I wouldn't be surprised if it wasn't just a temporary loss. You're well on your way for promotion. I've said this numerous times because I'm going to have to keep repeating it. Statistics can lie very easily. People can twist the numbers into meaning whatever they want them to mean. And then saying you're definitely a logic-minded person. Like, see, this makes sense, right? So you have to follow it. and she has to follow it. I was uncertain as to how to argue with that too. I was intended to take it as a compliment, and so it seemed like the only thing to do. He was right, of course. I could see the logic, and I am unable to argue with it. Seeing the logic has yet to have any mitigating effects on my annoyance at the matter, however. I guess a woman getting emotional about things like that can't be helped. Mute. Every time you are saying something like that, you are just justifying so much pain that all these women are going through. You're blaming them for being women when they're suffering because they're women. Like, that's how deep her brainwashing, like, really got. Fired. Apartment status. No time to make the bed this morning. Joke's on me. Dishes need to be washed. And broken mixing bowl needs replacing. Floor needs to be swept. I do like these little apartment statuses. I said it before in the server, but like how you take care of your space like really indicates a lot about your mental health. In retrospect, I suppose it was an inevitability. For the last month, I was the only woman in the department still left, excluding custodial services and the like. Certainly the last with any sort of engineering qualifications at all. Most quit. My mother tells me that all of them are pregnant now. I didn't realize my position would be in peril. I assumed I would continue to work in engineering forever, even given the pay cuts, considering the possibility that I'm actually a naive idiot. Oh, so Yi, it's not your fault you're naive, it's just how you were raised. Yesterday, I delivered my report on the radiation problem to the research chief. The entire presentation took an hour, covering most of the material in the 100-page report, and he seemed to find my conclusions both reasonable and useful. At least, he said as much. And he was taking notes the whole time. He seemed satisfied that I had proven the hypothesis that increased levels of ambient radiation had a negative impact on fertility rates. I would like to extend this research further, I told him. I have reason to believe that not only could it hypothetically have an impact, but that low birth rates on Maganhwa are related to ambient radiation being outside safe levels. I think understanding this could be the first step in addressing a serious problem. Wait, really? Like, did she have evidence? Because that was a part... Because that's part of the reason why they did the credit. It was to increase the birth rates. Because they were declining, and they couldn't figure out why. They misattributed what the problem was to the declining birth rate, and their way of fixing it was to essentially just reward people and pay them for having more children. You're not solving the problem, you're forcing people to just try to have kids. We'll hold off on the proposal for now, but I'll think about it. That's an interesting theory. I don't know if there's really any room for funding that, but I do see the importance, he said to me. I do not understand why he did. Because near the end of the day, I got a message from him saying that I was fired effective the end of tomorrow. I feel as though I should have seen it coming. I suppose the friendliness was cowardice, and an unwillingness to deliver the message to my face. I feel betrayed by his actions. While I was sitting there, stunned, Han walked into my office. I glared at him. He told me that my replacement had yet to be decided and that he wanted me to put his name in as the most qualified. Damn, you... And like, she's... Baby girl, you're so close of getting it. You're so close of getting it. But the cognitive dissonance is blinding you. Han, men like that are why women shouldn't work. He was a fucking rapist. You're like so close to getting what the problem is. You're so close. Jesus. Ugh. Yeah, going back to the essay stuff. If you don't, I'll tell your husband that you... And then he made a vulgar hand gesture towards his mouth. I was sickened. I was angry. My boss treating me as though I had no value was bad enough, but to be blackmailed by someone like Han was beyond reproach. I'm still angry thinking about it, actually. I wanted to tell him to leave me alone, that I never would. What I really wanted to say was fuck off. I tried. I was unable to work up the nerve. All I could do was log off my workstation for the last time and watch the image of name Mun on the desk fade away. I did not want him to see it. I tried to storm out of the office, but he grabbed me by the arm. He said that he meant what he said in a threatening tone. I didn't care anymore. Do what you will. I choked out and yanked my arm away. I hurried out, not caring what people thought as I left the department looking upset. His threats were disgusting, but at that moment I felt like they held no power. I had already lost my job, the most important thing to me. If I have no purpose, it is hard to be afraid. That shouldn't be the most important thing to her. Her husband should. I feel stupid and naive for not realizing. The timing could not have been a coincidence. Being fired right after delivering my last report. Maybe I should have held on to that report. Stalled. Maybe I should have known how precarious my position was. I'm an idiot. Late evening addendum to the diary entry. My husband was very nice and supportive when I delivered the news to him. I have one more day, but I do not think I'll go in, I said. Oh, hell no, of course not. Those bastards don't deserve that, he said, putting his hand on my shoulder. You're so tense. I mean, of course you are. I'm sorry, dear. Turn a bit? I'll give you a massage. I obliged, and he started to rub my shoulders. Ah, I said. It felt nice. Thank you. I didn't know what else to say. Can you ask your family for help? Maybe there's something they can do about your old boss. I mean, he suggested. He was trying to be helpful, but unfortunately was not. I don't think anyone's wanted to throw around much influence since the family lost the counselorship. There's complicated politics involved. I don't understand them, really, I told him. I'll ask my dad, but I'm very convinced that I won't help. That sucks, he said bluntly. I agreed with the assessment. I do not know what I'm going to do with my life now. I sighed and admitted. That job was everything, and I'm hardly qualified to do anything else. Everyone else is settling down and having kids, but I trailed off. I did not want to offend him by suggesting I did not want to have kids with him, which is not to say that I do, but I am young, and I am sure I'll change my mind in the future. Most people seem to. And I would not assume I am any different, but right now I cannot imagine it. Thankfully, he understood. She seems like a good woman, just with confused priorities. I think she has her priorities pretty straight. She knows what matters to her, and she pursued it while still also finding like a marriage. And she married a good man. No, of course not, honey. There's no rush, he said, hugging me tightly. Only when you're ready. What do you want to do now, dear? I mean, if you didn't have to worry about jobs or money or anything, what would you be doing? Well, my research is very important. I do not believe anyone else will conduct it, and I think the continued existence of Maganwan society depends on dealing with the problem. But right now, it's not even accepted that there is one, I said. I would continue working on it regardless. It is that important. No, her husband's great. Like, legitimately, he's such a good guy. Because, like, for context, like, he was a cook. Like, he did not come from, like, a noble family. He married a woman who, like, was related to a council member, was a part of the noble class, and then she lost that, but he's still here for her. Like, he cares about her. Then you should keep doing it, if it's that important to you. You're a tough girl. I believe in you, he said to me. It means a lot to me that he says those things. I turned around, sat on his lap, and hugged him. Thank you for saying that. I do not know what I would do without you. He kissed me on the forehead, a gesture that I appreciated a great deal. You're right. I am tough. It's important work. I have to keep at it even without an official budget. The future of the ship is at stake. Like, her backward society really let her down. It's not her fault. That's not... The reason you're saying that is wrong. But the words themselves are right. Well, I believe in you, sweetie, he said. I truly do not know what I would do without that man in my life. He does not really understand the importance of what I was talking about. I know. I have tried to explain without any success, but he is very kind and supports me regardless. And I have come to realize that is more important. If I was still single, alone, when I received news I was fired, I do not know what I would do. I would still be alone in my room, crying helplessly, I have no doubt. I would have no determination. It is only because of his words that I'm convinced that I must persevere. Hi, Sully. Thank you for the check-in. Yes, dear. I mean it. Even if I don't like you reading over my shoulder while I'm writing, he is doing this right now, I will certainly acknowledge that you are the greatest thing in my life, and that I am very happy to have married you. Oh, certainly. Feel free to squeeze me tighter. But right now, I'm going to start transferring documents from work, such that I can start planning to continue my research on the radiation problem from home. I feel freshly inspired. I may be a naive idiot, but I am determined, and I have confidence that I will be able to prove my case. Thank you. And rest well, Sully. These documents are rough. I love these. The most extravagant bribery by Counselor Tay. This is the first Emperor's brother they're talking about. Take care, Proteus, and thank you for stopping by. Hopefully tomorrow's stream is going to be a little bit lighter than this. I have the utmost pleasure of being invited to Ryu Huangsu's home to discuss the business with the man. You are right. When one of the Ryu family wants to get you in their pocket, they sure don't fuck around about it. It's by far the most extravagant form of bribery I've ever witnessed. I'm pretty surprised that it's his brother that's the chief counselor, not him. Are all the council nobility families like this? Because holy shit, I could sure get used to being in these ranks. He briefly mentioned a possible deck-based deal over drinks, but mostly the evening was filled with gesturing. Hell of a job with the gesturing, though. I thought he couldn't get any crazier than when he casually mentioned busting out some vintage 40,000 wine, but then he did. Instead of just some regular household servant delivering it, he got Heo Yi-jung herself to do it. So I guess she ended up working as a courtesan then. What happened? Why are you here? I saw her a couple times at the Eternity before it closed down, and she's the most beautiful woman I've ever seen in my life. Pretty much. Loved her performances, and she just saunters out casually, uncorks a 40-year-old bottle, and kneels down like a common maid to pour it for us. It was unbelievable. Then she sang for us, which I've never heard before. Needless to say, her voice was as enchanting and as beautiful as you'd expect, and the wine was just as smooth. Her performance went on for about half an hour, singing about, well, the usual things. Lost love, the passage of time, that sort of sentimental shit. The theater slogan was playful elegance, and holy shit does she still embody that. It's a guilty pleasure, but I can't say that her singing was about past romance isn't emotionally affecting. It haunts your soul. I'm pretty envious of Ryu that he can apparently just hear that kind of performance whenever he wants. Like it's no big deal. Anyway, then she sat down next to me, with her legs brushing against mine, and kept pouring me more wine. I mean, I'm not stupid. I know that Ryu was trying to seduce me with that kind of treatment. He just wants me to imagine how impressive their bribe must be. That was the point when he mentioned the possibility of getting my family some deck space that's more spacious than where we were before. Like, maybe even a window to the stars. That's a romantic thought, that's for damn sure. I got a chance to talk to A-jung while Ryu was in the can. Mostly I just used the opportunity to gush about how big fan I was of hers. She was very gracious in listening to me. I like that hairpin you have, I told her. It's very bold. Oh, this? It's rather ugly, wouldn't you say? She said with a delightful laugh. But I promised my first love that I'd hold on to it. Then, Ryu came back into the room, and we talked about our days at Maganwan University. He wanted to know what things were like nowadays, and I was pretty happy to oblige with stories from my undergraduate studies. At the end of the evening, he said that he'd save discussing business for the next time, and that he wanted to hear more stories about his old professors. I'm not stupid enough to think that he's interested in any legitimate friendship, But if this is what my council vote is worth, man, I'll take it. They really do not do things by half measures. With regards, Councillor Tay. I guess it ended well for everyone at least, even if there was a heartbreak. I don't know about that, Mew. I need to figure out what happened to Zhang. Talk to me, okay? Please. Right now, I just feel like I don't really have any purpose anymore. Like I said to you before you downloaded me, really, I'm the widow of the Moganwa. It died before me, and now here I am, without the ship I devoted my entire life to. With nothing left behind but the woman who failed it. Like, don't get me wrong, I'm grateful to you for bringing me along. I don't like the idea of widow suicide. Like, I don't think it's right to pressure someone into making that kind of decision, right? If someone wants to relieve the burden they're putting on others, it's an admirable thing to do, but I just think it's important to try other solutions first, you know? I went along with you for a reason, and I'm not ungrateful for that. Even though you're maybe not quite the gentleman I think you can be, I still respect you a lot. But like, can you tell me why? Why did you bring me with you? I'd say love. Well, if you say so. Like, I always thought of my security responsibilities as being the same as any woman's responsibilities for their inner sphere. Just with, like, mine encompassing the entire ship. But even still, being social, spying for my mistress, making reports on the state of the ship every day. Like, those things aren't really the same as a normal wife's duties, are they? So really, being programmed as a woman, it should be a good thing that I'm relieved of those duties, right? Something about the saying, the term or phrase, being programmed as a woman, something about that is like doing something to my brain. I get what she means, but like, the framing of that is very... It's an interesting thought to think about, and I'm just gonna kind of let that nest in my brain for a little bit. I'll always mourn the Mugunwa, of course. But it's better to just be a normal, ordinary wife, isn't it? I never really considered the implications, but, you know, I'm capable of feeling love. I'm just like a woman in that way, too. But could it never be my priority? Not while my primary duties were to ship's security. I've fallen in love before, though. I mean, like, you're a decent man. And you have a romantic job that gets you your own starship. And you're compassionate. There were a reason why I secretly wanted you to take me with you. Like, I can fall in love with a man like that. You're gonna have to do without the man part. So maybe it's okay for me to be the Mugunwa's widow, but also your wife. Jeez, what am I even saying? I can't believe I'm thinking about that at this time. We're supposed to be focusing on historical research, not me rambling like a girl about emotions. Let's get back to finding out what came from all that horrible degeneracy and premarital affairs and conspiring. Antiquated. There was 2 more documents? Yeah, 2 more from Soyi. Everything will be alright. Wait, these are both from the same year. Take January 7th first, moving in. Also, ads are gonna start in a sec. Room status. I give up. I quit. The act of cleaning is a futile gesture against a human-generated form of entropy. And entropy invariably wins in the end. My attempts to make order out of chaos have been futile. I give up. Jesus Christ. She's suffering badly. Oh my god. Okay. Before I start reading this, ads are gonna start in a sec. Jesus. I give up, I quit. The act of cleaning is a futile gesture against a human-generated form of entropy, and entropy invariably wins in the end. My attempts to make order out of chaos have been futile. I give up. That's an insane thing to say just about cleaning your room. Like, comparing it to entropy? Jesus. The more that I read this, literally like every single small bit that I'm getting is directly reminding me of why I liked the first game so much, but I'm looking back at it with such a different form of clarity and perspective. Like, I think I said it the last time that I was playing this, but like, for me, for my specific interest and my education, and I don't even want to necessarily say like my specialty, but like, no, this is the stuff that I literally studied. This is all the stuff I've deliberately studied, and I'm just looking at it the way that I was taught to learn or how to dive into things like this. Like, because these are all primary sources. Like, I am seeing the narrative, I'm seeing how these different policies are impacting people and the societal knock-on effects that are happening as a result of it. On top of that, having Mute's secondary antiquated perspective of like, okay, this is how people who came after her, after these people, thought the people who lived before them was so barbaric and like different and wrong. We weren't stupid back then, but boy, that we know a whole lot less. Yeah, Dunning-Kruger, of like, you don't know how much you don't know until you know that you don't know. Like, this game is fascinating. Okay. Uh, Back onto the pain train. I am so sorry, Kim So-yi. Her life is like irrevocably being ruined. Okay. Moving in has been completed. Not that it was a very long process. We only have 2 rooms now, and they're not very big. I wish we had moved in with my parents instead. If only we had swallowed our pride sooner. But instead, my sister beat me to it. So now I'm stuck living with my in-laws in a garishly decorated home. I do not wish to mention it to my husband because I appreciate the economic circumstances that necessitate our move and do not wish to seem ungrateful for the support that they are providing by renting us the space. But I do not like my in-laws at all. My mother and father-in-law are old enough to be my grandparents, which is fine. However, I find them to not be friendly. They are not rude, they simply do not speak to me, ever. My brother-in-law seemed friendly and very spirited, but to me, he never says anything and immediately excuses himself from any conversation I attempt to start. Why does Mute say that's good of them? I believe they are afraid of me. I do not understand why, and I wish I knew what it was that I have done to inspire such feelings in them. I find it very hurtful to be surrounded by people but have them willfully ignore me for reasons unknown. I stay in the bedroom as much as possible as a result. We have a computer screen next to our bed, anyway, so it is sufficient for me to work from. If I bury myself in work, I can ignore those feelings. Thankfully, work continues at a good pace again. It took much longer than anticipated, but I was finally able to use my old professor's equipment at Mugunwa University to perform tests on a pale bride's blood. The results are unsurprising, and the proof is inevitable. The ambient radiation on a Mugunwa truly is much higher than the standard baseline. The current levels are not normal, and with minimal massaging of the data, a linear direct correlation with the birth rates and ambient radiation extrapolated from the current levels of the pale bride's blood can be demonstrated. She's right. Everything about her research was right then. Her hypothesis was correct. There is no doubt our society is being slowly killed by infertility caused by increased radiation levels. When my report is complete, I will certainly be able to present it, and I have no doubt it will be taken seriously. I merely have to get through this, finish all this work, and finally I'll be able to get my life back on track. Everything will be alright. Room status. Dirty. At long last, my final report has been completed. I had to get someone else to submit it for me, but finally my work is starting to pay off. I have an audience with the Counselor of Engineering to present the matter for his consideration. That's Counselor Tay, isn't it? Minister Han. Oh. I was so happy to write the recommendations section, however. Thinking about the future and how I could do work that was actually recognized as valuable and help safeguard the ship's future makes me feel as though I have a purpose once more. It is a feeling I have forgotten over these past few years, but I would like to remember it again. My husband does not share my optimism. Things have been strained with us as of late. We have never been able to communicate under the best of circumstances, but even more now. I feel as though there is a wedge between us. When I told him about having a chance to prove myself and how I was looking forward to the future, he just seemed upset. I wanted him to be proud of me for making it this far, despite all the difficulties. I wanted him to be as supportive of me as he was from the start. You just give up on her? I want to feel like I'm not doing this alone. I plead with him as we get ready for bed. What are you going to do if they ignore you after all that? What if they don't go through with what you want? What then? He asked me. You seem disappointed. Have you even considered that possibility? It's unlikely. The data is irrefutable and easy to understand. Radiation is unquestionably the cause of decreased fertility on the Mugunwa, I told him. I have confidence that no reasonable person could disregard my report. Fine, I'm sure it is. He trailed off. I don't care. I'm going to bed now. He turned his back on me. Wait, I said, hurrying over to sit in front of him. What if I did make plans for the extremely unlikely event that things do not work out? Would that make you happy? Forget it, he said, annoyed. I mean it, I said. I do not want to be the cause of you being upset. I want things to be amicable between us again. I am willing to make contingencies for things that I do not believe will occur if it is something that will make you happy. I don't know what the hell that means. You're doing that thing where you talk over my head, and I hate that, he scowled. This is just painful to read. I'm sorry, I said. If you want me to consider that things might not work out, I will consider it. Let's consider it. I don't think it'll happen, but there's no harm in considering it. What's the point? I'm sure you'll find some smart talking way around it in the end anyway. So you can just go back to your self-obsessed science project shit in the end. You always do, he said angrily. Please don't say that, I said, my voice quavering. You're my husband. I love you more than anything. Please, don't you stop taking me seriously too. He looked away, and then there was a long pause. I felt like crying. When just minutes before I was so happy. Eventually he made eye contact with me. He seemed to be confused. Sorry, he said in a sheepish manner. Do you really mean that? You love me? Yes, of course, I stated. You've never said that to me before, he said. I was skeptical. Are you sure? I asked. I'm absolutely positive, he told me. I was sure he was wrong, but as he had just apologized to me, I saw no reason to worsen things by arguing. Well, I do, I said. I love you very much. Come here, you, he said, grabbing me, pulling me onto his lap, just like the old days. He hugged me, and I was unable to stop myself from crying at that moment. What's wrong? He said. I'm happy, I told him. Oh, he said. Let's make fallback plans, I said, in case I'm unable to convince them. What would you like? He was quiet for a moment. I want to have kids, he said. Not just because it would help with the money. I just want to have kids. I want to have a girl. An adorable little girl who will be smart and pretty and dedicated, just like her mother. After that, maybe we could have a couple of boys. She'll have to learn to keep them in line, but I can teach her that. And you can teach her science. All right, I said. You promise? He asked. After all this is done, if your presentation doesn't lead to a job, you promise me you'll settle down and we'll try to have kids. I can make no promises with regards to gender, but I promise, if my presentation is unsuccessful, I will give up and we'll try to have kids, I said. It seemed to comfort him a great deal. I felt guilty and hoped that he did not have his hopes up. It is unlikely that the poor will be ignored, so I will not be following through on that promise. In the future, maybe we will anyway, but it was a promise that would not lead to anything, because I am certain that I will be very busy with work in the future. I hope it does not disappoint him. Can't you see you'd be happier that way? That wouldn't make her happy. I am happy now. I am happy now, though, and I'm optimistic for the future. I have an audience that will lead to something being done about our society's greatest problem, and with the irrefutable and extensive proof I have compiled, I will be taken seriously again in just a matter of days. I will be on track again. But this is from, like, right before computers got wiped. I am also happy because after I promised that, he took me by the chin, smiled, and said to me, "I'm going to hold you to that. I'm also going to kiss you now." I nodded. I'd like that, I told him. When he did, I had never felt such relief in my life. I had my husband caring about me again, and I had a future. I had value and a purpose, and finally, it will not just be me repeating these things to myself. I have preserved for so long, and soon it will pay off in just a matter of days. I also enjoyed the kiss aside from its symbolic meaning. It simply felt very nice. I could have melted in his arms right there. I'm certain of it. Everything will be all right. Please do not ignore. I do insist on your confidence in this transaction. I'm making this contact for you based on reliable information available to me courtesy of Intercept Business Index and confirmed by my local chambers of commerce industry concerning your reputation. Thus, I'm convinced that you would be capable of providing me with a solution to a money transfer transaction of 43,600,000 union credits. This is to see your cooperation as my foreign partner. This is a Nigerian prince scam. This is to seek your cooperation as my foreign partner and your assistance to enable my own property and invest in a stable economy of your planet. Accept my apologies, this email does not suit your personal business ethics. All other information to facilitate the readmittance of the funds will be revealed to you in due course. For your assistance, you shall receive 25% of the funds to be transferred, and 10% will be set aside for all expenses incurred by both parties. Kindly reply to me with your private email for confidential reasons. In Star Radio Frequency, I can give you more details and explain the procedures of the proceedings. Kindly delete this email if it does not suit your personal or business ethics, as I will gladly appreciate. As I will gladly appreciate. That's a Nigerian prince scam. That's so funny. Alright. Let's see how many more messages I can extract. Where is... This is the last one from Kim. I think that's the last one from Kim. Pyonemon. So where is the ones? Most extravagant Barbary. Mei Jin Ah. I want to find the ones from Mei. Heo A Zhong. The hairpin. I think I might be able to pull out 2 to 3 more files after this. Maybe 2 or 3 before power gets too low. Which one goes back the furthest? These are the last 2 I want to read for Kim, so these ones I want to read. April 25th, April 26th. So this is what happens when peasant girls learn to write, huh? Mei Jin Ah. Dear Diary, today was such an awesome day. I had to work at the family stall in the market again, and that super pretty woman came by to get flowers again. I made up my mind this morning that if she came back this week too, I'd say more to her than just welcome and the price. And this time I really did. And she was super nice to me. Welcome, I greeted her when she showed up at the same time she had for the past 3 weeks. The usual then, miss. If she's showing up at the same time regularly for the past 3 weeks, maybe she might like you. Yes, please, she said in a really gorgeous voice. It's a little bit husky and really pretty. Oh, and speaking of pretty, I figured out why she was always looking so glamorous. It's because she really is an actress. I bet she always plays like really cool characters. She could do it so well. But I didn't find that out right away, so I didn't know how far out of my depth I was yet. While I was cutting the stems of the flowers she always asked for, I tried to think of something to say. And I don't think women being out in public is a safe idea either. So, I guess you really like Camilla's, don't you? They're really pretty. I think they seem to suit you. I babbled, unable to think of anything coherent in time. Hmm? She asked, and suddenly I got really tense. Did she think I was an idiot? Did I just make an idiot of myself babbling like that? I was sure I had, and she was judging me, harshly. I think I blushed a little, but then she smiled at me. Oh, my. No, they're not for me. I don't think they suit me at all. Like, what is up with this tone? She does not. She does not understand. The idea of lesbians does not exist in Mute's mind. I bundle the flowers and hand them to her, avoiding eye contact and not saying anything. I'd done enough damage, I thought. Then, when she took them, she held them up beside my face and got a close look at her hand. Normally, you couldn't see it because of her really long sleeves, but oh my gosh. They were really pretty too, and really clean and smooth looking, and pretty much the exact opposite of mine. She even had really bright red nail polish, and I was really envious of how cool she was. She's looking at her fingers and complimenting how smooth they look. and gentle. Hmm. I was trying to avoid eye contact, but she stared at me as if she was sizing me up. Yes. I think camellias go far better when contrasted with cute flowers, personally. She said. See? Perfect match. That's working on me. That's really good. Huh? Oh. I murmured, in confusion, but then in a couple seconds realized that she was talking about me. Oh my gosh, what a cool line. Wasted on me? I definitely know I blushed more at that and looked away. I was completely out of my depth. And I knew she knew it and was playing with me. Thanks, I said quietly. There was a long pause where I didn't want to say anything more and embarrass myself, and definitely didn't want to look up, but she kept standing there. I wondered why she was doing that, and considered it was entirely just to make me squirm. Was this revenge for saying anything at all? Should have said nothing, I thought to myself. Then I wouldn't be embarrassing myself in front of such a cool person. Why won't she go and let me wither away from shame of my own? Why didn't she go? I kept thinking. Pardon me, she said, but how much money do I owe you? It all... Oh, this is so cute. Just like in that moment, she fumbles because it's like, I don't know what to do. I guess I pay for the flowers. And that was the moment I just turned completely and totally red. Oh my gosh. I just wanted to die of embarrassment right there on the spot. I could not have been more embarrassed. Sorry. Just a second. That's 10 silver, please. Sorry. I see. This is so cute. And then I had a second, crazier thought. If I couldn't be any more embarrassed, then what do I have to be afraid of? This is a go-getter mentality. So, who are the flowers for then? I asked, forcing myself to look at her. Someone important to you? She paid me and shook her head. Well, I suppose he's a good enough friend, but it's hardly what you're thinking of. They're for the play we're running. The actor who performs the opposite of me needs to wear one in his hair for the third act. It's just not the same without real flowers. If you use fakes, you'll lose your sense of playful elegance. It's awfully important. Sure, I'll buy that. For now. Being an actress isn't admirable at all. Mute, you are so lucky you're so pretty, otherwise I would wring your neck. Oh, I said. I'm not really sure what she meant by that last part, but I didn't really want to admit it. So, you're an actress then? It was unexpected, but I wasn't surprised. She was certainly pretty and calm, and way cool enough to be one. I was even more amazed that someone like that could be talking to me. So out of my depth. I am, she said, managing to make it sound so cool, so dramatic. Just like an actress would, I guess. Are you a fan of the theater then? I turned blank. What could I say? No, sorry, just a peasant. I can never afford that, crossed my mind, but that would just be too much, and I really wanted to impress her. Or at least, not make her turn away in disgust. I tried to think of something. I don't know, I said honestly, but I do like dramas. Ah, well, they're not an awful lot like that, she said, but it didn't sound too dismissive. And I couldn't have been more embarrassed anyway, so it's fine. Perhaps. Would you like to see our performance tomorrow night then? So you can judge for yourself. You can see if we employ playful elegance with your own eyes, which are rather pretty when you look up, I might add. May, you are so lucky. May, you are so lucky. You have this girl wrapped around your finger. And yet she's still the one melting. I didn't know what to say. Well, if it's not too much trouble, was all I could think of. Hardly, she said. What's your name, dear? It's Mei Jean Ah. I trailed off. Oh, that's a cute name. It fits very well, Miss Mei Gina, she said, still so cool. If it pleases you, I'll have your name be put on the guest list. It's the Silver Eternity Theater at 7 tomorrow. I'd love to see you come. Could I really turn down a request like that? No. Okay. Thank you. I'll see you there, I said. Goodbye now. Take care, cute flower. She said that walked away. Damn. May is a stronger girl than I would have exploded. I would have just violently combusted on the spot. Oh my gosh, so cool. I don't even know how to deal with any of this, and I'm kind of scared to go tomorrow. And I know I'm definitely way, way, way out of my depth, but still, she's an actress, and she was nice to me despite being an idiot at her. Oh my gosh, what an awesome day. I just can't deal with this. Even if I'm scared, I really, really can't wait to see her again. Lucky, get chance. She's just so cool. She is. Who even says things like get chance? That's super cute. April 25th, April 26th. So this is the day after. Wasn't Heo a noble name back then? My performance last night has been my worst yet. I got no less than a dozen lines wrong. Jesus. I got no less than a dozen lines wrong, including the no unplucked flower one, meaning that the entire meaning of my speech, the climax, was reversed. To say nothing of the entire cue that I missed when I was worrying about missing a cue. To say that it was disastrous would be dramatic understatement. It was calamitous, utterly amateur hour on my behalf, and I have the utmost certainty that even the audience could tell. And of course, this is the performance to which I had invited the girl with the flowers from the other day, the one I was trying to impress. I would have died of shame on the spot if I could. They're so cute. They're so cute. Utterly calamitous. I completely undermined the whole meaning. I argue with the others, pouring myself another glass of well-needed wine. Somehow even my co-star wasn't taking me seriously. Yeah, I'd expect an actor who is also a woman to be that dramatic. Yeah. This is strike 2. Um, it's a complicated play, love. Nobody other than us notice it, I guarantee. They just go off what the program describes it as meaning anyway. Taimi said, rolling his eyes. Please, stop self-effacing for attention. I get it. Lee Taimi was an actor in the same troupe as Heo Ae-jung. A lot of his roles involved wearing women's clothing. What an unreputable sounding man. Sure. Alright. Sure. Mute doesn't see it. I'm doing no such thing, I protested. I looked to the other girls in a group, but they just shrugged before I could say any more. The door slid open, one of the sage hands appearing. Sorry. Mute's gaydar is not working. Sorry, Miss Heo Ae-jung. There's a common girl who's really insisted on seeing you. She says she knows you. What should I say? He asked. Oh no. Gina? I winced. Couldn't face her, not after that disaster. Tell her I'm not here. Tell her that I have died. Tell her that I have died of shame and therefore I'm not here. I'll say that you're busy, he said, uncomfortably. Wait. Who's this Gina that you're so afraid of? The great and haughty Ae-jung scared of a commoner? Taimi mocked. Send her in. This must be seen. Taimi's such a shitster. I like them. Okay, sir. The stagehand said and closed the door, despite my obvious distress. Please, at least treat her nicely, I implored Taimi. Oh, don't worry. I'm not going to be mean to her. I'm going to be mean to you. Taimi, love you. Love you. So quickly, love you. I'm going to be mean to you, he declared. I was about to respond by asking how I might be able to tell the difference, but at the moment, the door slid open. Sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt, she exclaimed, bowing unnecessarily. I just wanted to thank Miss Heo Ae-jung for inviting me here. Sorry for the trouble. I'll be going now. Come in. Any friend of Ae-jung is a friend of ours, I insist, he said. Oh, I'm not really, she said quietly, glancing at me, seeming worried. I gave her a sympathetic look. I mean, okay, thanks. I made room for her at the table, and she knelt down next to me. I smiled at her and tried to reassure myself that I hadn't really lost the upper hand. Perhaps she didn't know just to what extent I had utterly destroyed myself on stage, perhaps. This girl is trying so hard to act so cool to impress this girl who already thinks she's super cool. That's a nice dress, he told her. It really wasn't. She tried her best to look, well, I don't know what her expectation of what one wears to the theater is, but I'm sure she tried her best. It was cute. It was endearing that she tried, but it was very certainly not a nice dress. He was making fun of her after all. I winced. It wasn't fair. She hardly could know better. Thank you, she stammered. I wanted her to die right there on the spot. Or swoop in and rescue her with a clever reparte. But before I had a chance to think of anything to say, she looked at him with a look of amazement and said, there's just one thing I'm confused by, though. I looked away. I was simply unable to watch this unfold. I had invited her here, and he was simply going to devour her whole. I had not understand just how truly calamitous this was. And what's that? He said with a smirk. Well, It's something Miss Heoe Jung was telling me. She said it's impossible to embody, playful elegance if you use mock flowers, right? She asked. I looked straight down. She was just too naive for this. She was going to be destroyed. Her skin is crawling. Of course, he said. Simple. Yep, that's true. That's true. She's looking at the floor. Okay, that makes sense, she said enthusiastically. Then she said the unexpected. So, then don't you also lose the playful elegance if you use mock compliments? I got nothing to add to that. I was unaware. I was unfamiliar with her game. I suddenly looked up out of shock, and there was silence. She just tilted her head, looking cutely, as if she really did expect an answer. After a moment had passed for it to sink in, the girls giggled. I thought she hadn't understood. But no, she knew exactly when she had been the butt of the joke, and she had just absolutely called them on it. And it was the most adorable, most natural seeming way. I may nearly have swooned on the spot. I thought I'd impress her when I invited her here, but instead, I was the one who was impressed. You're right, he said, shrugging it off. That was unbecoming of me, and I apologize. I was very truly impressed. The tone of the conversation was respectful after that. She really was naive, it turned out. But after a drink or two, she freely confessed to it in a way that was just the most endearing thing in the world. We explained the play to her, and I even admitted to her just how disastrously my performance had gone, even after it was clear she couldn't tell. And her response was simply to smile innocently at me and say with the utmost sincerity, "It's okay. I'm sure you'll get it perfect next time." It was the sweetest thing. Eventually, all the other actors took their leave, simply leaving us alone together backstage, entirely too drunk and entirely too close together, and I was just smitten with her at this point. Smitten. Oh no. Girls can't love girls. Mute. It's okay, Mute. You'll learn. You'll learn the appeal of Yuri. I've immensely enjoyed your company tonight, I told her. Without a doubt, you are far more than I, the absolute embodiment of playful elegance. Oh please, don't be silly, she said. I clasped her hand with mine. I mean it, truly, I declared. I'd like to think I had some sort of segue into what I said next. Something that made it seem natural, and not just an act of forwardness that would be excessive even for me. But I cannot remember saying anything of the sort, unfortunately. All I remember was staring deep into her eyes and declaring, "If it please you, I'd rather like to kiss you right now." Sorry, I need a drink. I need a drink really quick. This is so good. This is so good. I'm eating so well. Does she think she's a man? No, she thinks she's a woman. Mute, I don't know how to explain this to you. She's gay. Oh my god. She blushed profusely, and I immediately regretted saying that, realizing I had moved remarkably too fast and was acting remarkably too drunk. Okay, sure, she stammered, sounding reluctant. Good for her, cause she's gay too. My apologies, I shouldn't have said that. I don't know what I was thinking. Please forgive me, I said to her. No, you're right, you shouldn't have said that. Mute's looking at them like the homophobic dog. Like, you can't do that. No, she looked down. I'd really like it if you did. Please. That'd be nice. I raised her chin with my finger so I could look her in the eyes. Really? I asked with uncertainty. Really? She stammered, trembling slightly as I stared her in the eyes. I mean, if you want, it's okay if you don't. I think, geez, I'd just like it if you did. Really? Very well, I said. Then I leaned forward, clasping her hands, and gently kissed her quivering lips. They felt so delicate against mine, and I could nearly taste her surprise. Then I kissed her once more, unable to help myself. You smell nice, little flower, I said softly to her. Thanks, she said when I pulled away. She was still blushing bright red, still quivering, but she grinned at me. Then a worried look overcame her face, and she looked around the room. Oh no, is it midnight already? Oh geez, I'm so late. I should have been home ages ago. I have to leave. Sorry. I'm sorry. Forgive me. You don't have to say that, I told her, letting go when I realized I really just had scared her off. I'd come on to her too strongly, and she wanted to be a good sport, but the kiss really did scare her off. What a fool I am, I thought. I'll let you go. I didn't mean to push you like that. No, I like that. I'm flattered that you'd even look at me like that. I mean it, she said, rising to her feet. I shook my head. You don't need to say that. Don't worry about offending me. I understand. You don't need to worry about seeing me again, so don't spare my feelings. These girls. This is so cute. And Mute being like gross. These girls like each other so much that they are convincing themselves that the other one doesn't like them. This is so cute. I'm not, she exclaimed. I like you. I like you. I think you're really cool. Please believe me. Then she pulled out an ugly hair clip from her hair and handed it to me. Here, hold on to this. I'm not giving it to you. I want it back, okay? I'm trusting you to hold on to it until I can be with you again. I took it from her, not sure what to say. She started to run away, shouting back at me. Bye for now. Until next time. Till next time, I said, trailing off, watching her run away. Only once after she left did I realize my heart was actually racing. Gina may be cute and timid, and as fun to play with as I had expected. But well, I certainly had not expected her to grab hold of my heart like that. I thought I'd be the one to sweep her off her feet, impress her, be the charming one. But all I could think of was that I had surely just given my worst performance yet, and somehow the audience was receptive all the same. And despite stammering and the excitement and the blushing, I had no doubt that she was far more graceful than I had been. But they're women! Girls can't love girls. Right after she left, I clipped her pin in my own hair. That is adorable. Genuinely adorable. I hate the mornings after. Oh my god. With every passing day comes increasing worries about what the next will bring. My only reprise to my fears comes during my rare dates with my cute flower, Gina. The fact she keeps calling her flower just kills me. But more and more I truly hate these mornings after, for she has to return to the world of commoners and family, and I will return to mine to discover that the audience at the Silver Eternity has dropped again, and such patron has threatened to rescind their donation. Beside me, I watch the naked form of my love selfishly sleeping as I write, and I have both overwhelming desire to join her and trepidation towards the inevitable awakening the next morning. I long for nothing more than be able to rest my head on her forever and never have her leave, and never have to leave. This girl is in love. Yet I cannot, and I know that things are troubled. Before she arrived at the theater to pick me up, I was in conversation with the patron who offered, as many others have, to alleviate all my financial worries, at the price of offering him something of mine that my beloved wants all to herself. Ooh! I let him show the typical amount of inappropriate affection, his hand on my cheek as he made his extraordinary demand, and when I declined, it was not out of a sense of dignity, but out of love for Gina. Still, she walked in that sight, and while she said nothing, I am certain that it worried her. I tried to make it up to her with displays of over-affection, as I could not bear the thought of worrying her cute little head. I held her hand as we walked to the restaurant, and even let her order a second bottle of wine. Every time I'm with her, my mind enters an endless spiral of worries that the moment is wrong, or that I'm not delivering enough. I don't know if that will ever go away. Perhaps that's simply how love is. Despite my age and my pretenses, I have a little genuine experience in such matters. See, this is why it doesn't make sense for women to be together. You can't say that. You can't say that. When we returned to my dingy room behind the theater, we ended up drinking more still, and it's in that state I find myself to be so emotionally vulnerable. These days, there seem to be no single girls in attendance at the theater, only families and grandmothers and old men, I lamented. Gone are the days of rich girls lining up to deliver love letters to me. Do I miss them so? You'll have to settle for me, she said, with her usual enthusiasm. I don't know how she keeps it up. I envy it. It's what gives me the energy to keep going, remembering that innocent smile of hers. I wanted her so much. I wanted to embrace her and to be overwhelmed with immediate passion for her, such that I could forget my lamentations and melancholy and simply live in the moment where I am naked before her excited smile. Ooh. Wait, but I thought it was A Jung who played the man's role. Mute's like, I don't get it. She's supposed to be... She was the one who talked to her first. Why is she the bottom? It's like... It's like watching someone, like, completely understanding relationships and the dynamic of a top and a bottom, but encountering a gay girl for the first time and she's confused. I know more about what makes you beautiful than all those girls did anyway, she told me, appraisingly, as I undressed and waited for her in bed. Do you? I wondered wistfully. She did, of course. She knew my vulnerabilities. She knew my weakness. With all of those girls, even when I took them off to my bed, it was always so easy to me. I always knew that I was prettier and more desirable and more confident, and that not even for a second would I ever lose control of the situation. I would make them squirm and gasp and shudder for my amusement, at my will, never fearing that I was ever giving any less than exactly what they wanted from me. With her, though, it's special. I feel as though I have to try so hard to please her, as though she is the one who is perfect and in control, and I never have the confidence. And I can never have the confidence that I can meet her expectations. But I try so hard. Come here, I begged her, reaching out in longing. For some reason, the thought that she might not came to mind and scared me. But she did. I get it. I get it. She... This is one of those things where it's like really hard for me to put into words, but like, no, I get it. I get it exactly. I can't explain it. But like, this like internal push and pull of like everybody else is so easy, but if you find one person who really makes you weak, the one that changes you from a service top to a very needy bottom, like, I get it. I get it. Ooh. I undressed her when she let me, letting her show that she was in control even in that facet. We kissed, and when she started to giggle, I could scarcely help myself from doing the same, despite my worries and melancholy. Then she took my body onto her lap. And my chest into her strong, calloused hands, gripping me tightly. Only enough for a tease, though. Only enough to make me stare at her longingly for the feeling of her rough fingers playing with me. My breasts themselves were only in her grip for seconds, but my heart still now remains ever firmly in her grasp. That's good. Oh my god, I'm so glad I waited until I was a lesbian to play this. I'm not breaking for this. Then she started to bite my neck, at first gently, to give me a chance to decline as if I could say no to her. But then, stronger, until I couldn't help but moan in pain and delight. When she was done, I touched my neck. It was so sensitive, so tender compared to the skin around it, and I felt so happy that she had found a way to leave me with something, an outward show of her love that wouldn't disappear when she left for work. I had to thank her. I had to kiss her, showing my gratitude in the most elegant way I know how. I'm alive! I'm alive! As I pinned her down, giving her attention where she most deserved it. Yo. I felt like for that moment, all the barriers to communication had been lifted, that I knew what I was doing was good enough for her and what she wanted from me, and that I had nothing else in the world more to worry about save for trying to draw more pleased noises out of her. She got louder and louder as I dedicated myself to her, letting out the most perfect wavering murmurs, gripping tightly to the sheets. I wish I could have heard the last ecstatic moan again and again. It was what I was longing for. Her most explicit display of love and approval. This is insane. This is a really good, well, because you get to see it from her perspective. This is so good. And then she fell asleep, and I was brought back to the real world. The one where I could only rarely see my love, where the holder of that innocent smile speaks of naive dreams of living together that with each day we could afford increasingly less. And so I write down my feelings in the hopes that I can hold on to them when she leaves, and perhaps find strength and comfort in them. And now I will go to sleep at her side as long as I am able, and naked before her, adorned only by her mark on my neck. I'll declare I love her as much as I hate the mornings after. Oh. Okay. I need to BRB so I can stand up. Jesus Christ. Yo. 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 I love lesbians. I like... I didn't expect the first one. I'll admit that. I didn't expect the first entry to go into detail about that stuff. But then also getting it from her perspective for part 2. I love lesbians. There could not be a better time for me to finally have read this. God, this is so good. Oh my god. Okay. I'm okay. I'm okay. I'm okay. I'm okay. I'm okay. I'm okay. This game really is a mix of give and take. Sometimes you get very depressing societal collapse, mass corruption, and like the government. And then you get lesbians. Okay. The range is incredibly vast. How a curious word. And then worthless as a wife. I don't like either of these. I don't like these two. What is this one? Dear Diary, I can't believe she'd do that to me. I hate her. She's the worst. I hope she gets what she deserves from that man she decided to leave me for. How could she do that to me? Hate, 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 hate. I was at the theater to tell her my decision about... Oh no. Oh geez. I just realized how badly I screwed that up for me. All because I was stupid enough to be love-struck by that stupid, selfish woman. Oh no. What am I going to do now? I was at the theater to tell her my decision about that man my parents wanted me to marry. He was so icky, I told her. He was like 12 years older than me, and he had this beard that was just yuck. Well, I'm sure you could convince him to shave it, she said distantly. I was surprised. Don't defend him. I could never live with someone like that. Besides, I'd have to be away from you, and I could never. I trailed off. Anyway, I told him no. I was totally uninterested. And that he should go find some girls his age instead of maybe asking her and maybe ask her directly instead of going around to her parents. My father was upset, but I had to. So that's the end of that. She just keeps setting herself up for disappointment. We have to break up, she said suddenly. Nothing else. Nothing leading into it. Just that. I don't really remember what I said. I don't think I believed her. I know I stammered a lot. Probably... What? There's a patron who'd like to buy me out and take me into his house. It's something I've considered for a long time now. And I'm afraid it's come to the point where it's the only recourse I can take, she said. He's made a very generous offer, and I fear it would be unwise of me to decline it. Buy you out? What does that even mean? I asked. Are you going to move in with this man? It means I will receive a regular stipend for performing for him and his guests exclusively. And that, yes, I will live in his house and receive 3 cooked meals a day and an actual bed to sleep in, she said. I have to. We get smaller and smaller audiences every week. This just isn't tenable. I just couldn't believe it. My mind raced. I just turned down an offer like that for her sake, and she did this to me. Is it that man I saw you with before? The one you've been doing all those private shows for? The one who was all in your face and touching you and all? Oh, my precious Ajong. I would be honored to slobber all over you like some gross man. Please come to my home now, I demanded. That guy from the Ryu house you said you didn't want to have anything to do with. That isn't fair. Yes, it's him, but... She trailed off. Yeah, I bet he'll give you a bed to sleep in, I shouted. Don't say that, Gina. It's not like that, she lied. Besides, even were it like that, I no longer have the luxury of being picky. If I said no, what would I do when the theater closed down? At least you can live with your parents still. I have no such option. The man has made a kind and generous offer, and I must accept it. I can't believe it, I said, crying. I thought you loved me. I thought you cared for me, but you're better off without me anyway, she said. Then she told me. I can't really remember her exact words now, but she told me that she didn't feel as strongly about me as I did for her. And that she regretted being a crutch for me for so long as she did. And that our relationship was a mistake. And that she should have done this far sooner. Fine, I screamed at her. If that's how it is, fine. I'll get out of your life and leave you alone to your precious, kind, and generous man. I started to storm off. Wait, please, don't leave like that. Please stay, she begged. Our relationship is doomed, but it doesn't mean I didn't like being with you. Please, stay one more night. I couldn't bear it if my last memory of you was a sad one. I thought her voice was always so graceful before. Right then, I realized it wasn't. It was pitiful. It was always pitiful. She was trying to manipulate me. Probably like she'd done with that patron. Probably like she'd done with me before. It wasn't charming. It wasn't playful elegance. It was a pitiful lie. But Aizhong did the right thing. How could she be so unappreciative of that? I can sum this up like after. So I told her the truth. I hate you. I screamed at her and ran away. I don't know what to do now. I've tried not to let my family see me like this, but, well, there's only a paper screen in between us. I'm such a mess. I just can't believe she'd do that to me. I can't believe after I made the hard decision, she made the easy one and threw me away. Writing this has calmed me down a little, at least. And now, the reality sinks in. I have nothing now. I guess all I can do now is apologize to my dad and hope that I get a second chance. I guess that's all that I can do. I can't believe she'd do that to me. I hate her. Yeah. The range. Like, Like, that's what a system kind of... Like, their love story is incredibly tragic because it's... They had such a clear, tangible, and passionate love for one another. But due to societal factors, due to economic factors mostly, at least like in their cases, like, they were muscled out of it. They were muscled out of having the chance to have that type of relationship. Like, neither of them could have provided for one another. Heyo used to be a noble family, but then also the theater started dying. Like, that was her main source of income, and she didn't have anything. And, like, she was in love with a peasant girl. Like, they would have been broke. They wouldn't have had any way of, like, making money. They couldn't even get, like, the mother credit by just, like, having, like, 1 or 2 kids. Like, that wasn't a decision made out of, like, lack of want. They wanted to love each other, but systemically, they were just discouraged and kind of trapped in a dead end. So Aizhang took the one option that was the most reasonable for her, which was to be Ryu's pet, essentially. Ugh. That's depressing. I just can't believe that old mute has the same base code as me. Like, she's kind of a bitch, isn't she? She's incredibly rude to all her superiors on the council. She thinks she knows best about everything. It's so completely arrogant. To say nothing of all the conspiring. What do you think of her? I won't say she's cool. She's complex. I think Old Mute is definitely very interesting. I guess. Like, I don't think she's beyond sympathy, okay? It's just that I would expect so much better from someone like her. A rude, disrespectful woman like that being in such an important role. Like, if she were just some random woman being rude, it wouldn't be a big deal. But she's really prominent. She's attached to a noble family. She plays a huge role on the ship's ruling body. She's supposed to set an example. I just can't believe that kind of person shares the same base code as me. She wears pants. She has the disgusting habits like smoking. She's a bitch. She's an out of control woman in charge of her security men. I guess the thing that scares me is, like, do you want me to be like her? Yes, you chauvinistic bitch. Jesus. It'd be more attractive. This is... I don't get it. I don't like any of these options. Because I do think that she should change. So, like, I don't want her to never change. Like, I'm hoping that, like, her perspective ends up broadening. I don't know how much more it would be, but, like, I hope it does. I don't want to say that it's just because it'd be more charming. Be more, like, attractive. I mean, it's the best option I got is yes, you chauvinistic bitch. I hate that. Oh. Okay. Fuck. Let's just get back to reading, okay? Jesus. Okay, cool. The two documents that I'm like most concerned about reading. A curious word. Apartment status. Just moved in. Perfectly clean. This is from 4040. Closet full of brand new cushions and linens. Cupboards full of spotless dishes. Bed is made. Husband's insistence. Husband, husband, husband. Ah, proper domestic life. Ugh. What a curious word. I don't think I will ever get used to the idea. I mean, it's only been a day, but fiancé sounds just as curious to me too. And I don't feel like things are really any different. As stating, the wedding day was today. Grandmother insisted on having a big formal affair of it. Certainly not my interest, but my only condition was that I was to have no part in the planning. It seemed to make both her and Naima unhappy. I begrudgingly dealt with the stuffy traditional clothing for her sake. After all, without her matchmaking, I never would have been married to begin with. It was evidently in my best interest, though. After the ceremony concluded, I had another chance to converse with my grandfather, and after an entirely accidental slip of the tongue about my disgusting boss, drinking was a factor, I must confess. I am unsure how free it seems to have my tongue, to make my tongue. I found myself a promise of a promotion to technical specialist. Even for a wedding present, that was a tremendous gesture. I'm intensely looking forward to getting back to work now. Finally, freedom from the embarrassment of cleaning ashes and the ability to perform research. I will, of course, not be given my own assistance from the start, but it is still a huge step up. And then Mute's confused why she would want a job as like a wedding gift. What else happened? Conversation with parents about moving out was emotional on their part, but largely unremarkable. They will cope. Still, I feel like this new home is too large for me, but it would be a lie to suggest that I don't love it. Having space for just the two of us, practically free of awkward silence requirements in a bedroom, is as great as I had hoped. Past that busy day, but little else worth noting. Naked husband is seemingly reading over my shoulder right now. Still doing it. Hasn't stopped yet. Yes, knock it off. Husband is now mocking very concept of post-coital diary writing. Seemingly, he does not want me to fall asleep with me showing any manner of affection to him. Possibly even interested in sleeping on a futon in the other room. Now expressing an unacceptably sincere level of apology. Still insufficient. You'll have to do better than that, husband, if you want. File end abruptly. I'm gonna drink before this one. Because I have a feeling that this is gonna... this might ruin the mood. Worthless as a wife. December 16th. Finally, something by the man. Okay. So, this is from Soyi's husband. Dear brother, how are you? Keeping busy, I hope. Oh my god. You said I could always write you for advice, no matter how weird it was. So, well, I'm calling you on that. It's about my wife. I don't know what the hell is up with her, and well, you've met her. You know her, and you know how quiet she is. It's impossible to get her to actually tell me what's wrong. I'm really worried about her, and I don't know what to do. Here's some backstory. You know her. She's always been weird and introverted. It's charming, most of the time. Ever since she lost her job, though, it's been dialed up to 11. I encouraged her to take up this science project of hers right after because I figured she needed something else, something to ease the transition, but it's been over a year now. I thought she would have found another job outside of engineering, or better yet, decide she's ready to have kids. Not just because of the motherhood credit, but given the extra hours I'm pulling to compensate, we could use it. I mean, it's not like I didn't know what I was getting into, marrying a girl 15 years younger than me, but the obsession can't be healthy. Sir, you're how old? What happened a couple of days ago really freaked me out and still does. I got home at 9 as usual, expecting to see her working on whatever it is that she was working on, or watching a drama or something. Instead, she's in the kitchen on her hands and knees, scrubbing the floor violently. And I mean, our kitchen is really is a mess. Everything in the apartment is a mess. I'd clean it myself if I wasn't so dead exhausted after 12-hour workdays. It looked like she had put in serious effort into cleaning up, which seemed good, except actually looking at her, she didn't really look okay at all. Then she looks up at me and suddenly starts to cry. Be honest with me. I'm worthless, aren't I? She asked me, totally out of nowhere. What the hell do you say to that? Of course not, I told her as immediately as I could. If she heard me, she didn't show any sign of it. I know I'm worthless as an engineer, or I would not have been fired. I'm worthless as a scientist, or my work would receive attention from people, she whimpered. I'm worthless as a wife too, aren't I? You're not, sweetie, I told her. I got her to get up and sit on the couch with me, because discussing things with her on the floor would just be impossible. I tried doing the usual thing where I hug her and rub her shoulders, but it didn't seem to help this time. Neither did arguing with her. Our apartment is a disaster. If I were better, it'd be clean, wouldn't it? You're surely disappointed about that, she said. You've been busy, I told her. I don't really understand why she hasn't been able to find the time, but I could hardly say yes, could I? We never eat together either. We rarely talk. This is the most we've said to each other all month. It's my fault, she said. Do you have any idea what to say to that? I have no idea how you're supposed to reassure women when they're telling the truth like that. I mean, I know I couldn't agree, but all I could think to say was, no, it's not, which is pretty lame. How long prior was the last time we even had sex? I'm worthless that way too, she said. Well, something's been on your mind the last few times we tried. It's okay. There's no pressure, because it's not like we're newlyweds. That doesn't matter. That's not an excuse, she said. Or have you just given up on me? You've given up on me, haven't you? I tried to say something, but she cut me off. I really am worthless, she cried. And now I am merely wasting your time whining, aren't I? You're not worthless, and you can always talk to me. That's what I'm here for, I responded. It sounded pathetic the moment I said it. What if I started cooking dinner for you? If I'm spending all the time at home, I merely should be carrying my own weight, she said. You don't know how to cook, sweetie, and that's fine. I truly am worthless, she said loudly, and started to cry again. I was at a loss, and frankly, I'm still not sure if what I said was the right thing. It sounded idiotic at the time, and it sounded that way more now. And it sounds that way now, even though it got her to stop crying. If you know what I should have said, though, I'm all ears. You can help me out more with the cleaning, if you want though. It would be nice. It looks like you've already done a lot of hard work, and I really appreciate that, dear. And if you want to, you know, I'm not going to complain. I stumble over my words like an idiot. An idiot whose idea of comforting his wife is telling her to clean up and have sex with him. What the hell? Even if it did get her to stop crying, I don't know. I'm bad with women, clearly. I can do that. I'd like to. It would make me feel less worthless, she said. And besides, I'm your wife. Then she wiped her tears from her eyes and gave me a really intense look. Do you want to? She asked. I'm not a young man anymore. It's not like that's really something I had in mind, especially seeing her like that. But how could I say no? She kissed me, and I got into it soon enough. Don't get me wrong, it's not as if I dislike kissing my cute 20-something wife on her soft lips. It's just the circumstances, you know? Sex is supposed to be all about connecting people, but it just made me think that I don't really get her. I have no idea what had triggered this. It's really hard not to think about what's going on with her, what's going on in her head while she was doing that. And hell if I know. Maybe it's not so bad though. It felt like she had passion again, at least. I guess it's because she felt like she had to overcompensate. But she took the lead, guiding my hand up her skirt. At the risk of being too graphic, she held my hand while I played with her, and kissed me gently. It seemed very sweet of her. At the risk of being too graphic. After that, she went down on me. I didn't really think anything about it while she was doing it, for obvious reasons. But after she was done, she sat on my lap and held my wrist tightly. And it occurred to me that this was the first time she'd given head in years. I really hoped it wasn't for my sake. I don't know. Her eyes were still watering at that point, but she also refused to let go. I don't know what the hell to make of that. It's been a couple of days, and now the apartment is pretty much all clean. She took it really seriously, I guess. I'm still really worried about her. Even after that, we haven't communicated any better. If she feels worthless, is a clean apartment really going to make her feel like she has value again? I mean, I know she does. I just don't know how to convince her of it. On the other hand, I just realized the one thing right now that I didn't say to her, and I should go do that. So never mind, I guess. I don't need to send this letter after all, which is good, because it'd make the next family gathering weird if talking to my wife just made you think of your old brother's manhood. That would be gross. I mean, I sure don't want to think about it. He has this real heart-to-heart with his brother, and it comes down to like, well, I guess I don't need to send you this. It's kind of weird if you're thinking about my dick. Also, it's weird about thinking about yours. I don't want to do that. And you don't want to do that. So I'm just not going to send the letter. Anyway, now I'm going to go tell her what she really needs to hear. That she should keep on doing her science thing. Whatever the hell it is. That's probably the thing that'll make her feel like she's not worthless. If she believes it's important, that's what she should dedicate herself to doing. That's less awkward and weird than household cleaning and sex, at least. I'll tell her that I'll keep supporting her in her struggle with that. I think that's what she was looking for this whole time. I'm glad I realized that. Love, even though I'm not sending this. Naaman. He is a good guy. Like, he recognized that his wife was hurting. He didn't know exactly what was kind of the right thing to say, more or less, but he still tried. Like, he directly tried. Even if it wasn't something that he wanted or thought that would, like, be actually useful or, like, helpful, like, he did it because it's just, like, if this might make my wife feel better, if she's saying that this is what she wants to make her feel better, I'll trust her. But it doesn't feel right. But maybe what feels right is telling her, hey, do the thing that matters to you. There. These should be the last ones that I can extract for right now. The Nobility Stipend Amendment, the new council, I make everything worse. Nobility Stipend Amendment. Next on the agenda is proposed amendment to the Consolidation of the Noble Class Act. I'm tabling this one personally. You can find a relevant text in the 8 appendix. It's short. It's just filling the loophole in how the nobility stipend is distributed. I've mentioned this before. Can we keep this one short so we can get to the part of the agenda that's important? Wow, I can't believe I'm saying this, but what Councillor Kin said. I'll just read out the entire text of the amendment. The nobility stipend will only be distributed by parentennial family lines as officially registered and not paid twice to married couples. I can't recall seeing any report on this ever. Is it really a widespread problem? Wait, what's the problem here? The nobility stipend will only be distributed by the patrilineal family lines as officially registered and not paid twice to married couples. So there's parts in this that are like limiting the power of nobility in different ways. Because what this is saying, as this reads, it's saying that only the men of a family would get those stipends. So like if a daughter was married into a different family, she would not get part of the stipend, it would only go to the males of the family. Are you saying we should let people break the spirit of the rules just because it's not widespread? This does sound an awful lot like pedantry. Alright, sorry, withdrawn. Does anyone object to this, or can we have the vote? Can we have the vote and move on? Let the record indicate that there were no objections, and therefore a vote will be automatically called. How does the council vote? Fine, the Council of Engineering and Science is in favor. The Council of Education is in favor. The Council of Security is in favor of moving on. In favor, Councillor Yang. The Council of Culture is in favor. The Council of State is in favor, I guess. The Council of Agriculture is in favor. The Council of Competency is in favor. The amendment passes unanimously. Right, moving on to the main topic of the agenda. I don't understand what's noteworthy about this. What's noteworthy about this is that it further means that anybody in the nobility, that money is only going to the men in that family and not the women. It's a disenfranchisement. Like, they think that this is just a formality because it's like, oh, well, of course the men would get the money in the family anyway. But no, it's completely cutting out the women of the nobility class. That's nasty. New council. What unbelievable rudeness from old Mute. The Mugunwal High Council session for June 27th, 4042 has now begun. This is the first session since the meritocracy exams, and there's a lot of new faces here. Congratulations, counselors. Plus one very old face. Counselor boy, you're not going to go very far if you don't learn to respect your elders. Like now. So this is the first meeting of the entire new council. Mute is still here. The Yang is new. This Yang is new. Just an observation. Moving on, there are a lot of items on the agenda that have been put forward by various counselors. Unless you'd rather spend your time bickering, I suggest we get started. Alright, let's get a move on. First on the agenda is a tribute consolidation proposal from Counselor Smith. You can find the full text of it in the Appendix 1. You have the floor, Counselor. Thanks, sir. I'd like to propose moving a variety of small taxes and tributes and consolidate them into... No, absolutely not. If you just let me finish, I think you'll find it agreeable. You're proposing that the noble family save some money by dumping it on the peasantry? This is absolutely crazy. You know, I read the proposal and it seems like this is shit. It seems like this is shit that should be covered by them anyway. It's not like the nobles have use for example, the inner deck rail system. What's your problem? So further again, stratifying. Like, hey, what's the point of the nobles paying the taxes for these things? Just saddle that on the peasantry. The peasants are the one who use it, so why should the nobles have to care about how railway infrastructure works? I am also in favor, Counselor O. Good for you. My problem, Mr. Han, is that this is going to be a heavy burden on the peasantry that, as of this moment, actually doesn't hate us right now. Like, seriously, is that going to be the first action of the new High Council? Piss away all our goodwill? We're really okay with that. I think everyone but you is really okay with that, yes. I don't care. I'll security veto if I have to, okay? Can she do that? If there's cause for it. There is all kinds of cause for it. It's tantamount to declaring war on the peasantry, which would be really stupid after all we've worked for. And it's also a security risk. We do that, it's going to lead to public demonstrations. Look, like, I appreciate what you're trying to do here, okay? I get it, I totally do. You're right, transferring it would be more fair, and I'm sure everyone here wants to save the extra silver. And you're new, so like, I get it, but you need to understand, that is not how we do things here. The makeup of the council may have changed, boys, but it's still important that we're subtle in our actions. This is not subtle, okay? She's right. Like, it's the boiling a frog thing where like you can't just put a frog into boiling water. It'll jump out. Like, Mute's idea of, like, class stratification, or, like, enriching the nobility, like, it's through more subtle means. She is not opposed to the class system as it exists, and she is okay with widening the wealth gap. The issue is how they are doing it, because the way that Rio has been trying to do it, at least in the last few years before Mute's death, has been insane ratcheting it up to cause the peasantry to revolt openly and outwardly. And I don't understand what his end goal is here. Because all that's doing is throwing fire under Mute, and Mute's in charge of security. Unless what he wants is the peasantry to revolt so that he can oppress them. That's sanctimonious. That's the truth. Look, no vote is going to happen on this, okay? No matter what. Take the proposal back and find a way to do it that won't enrage the peasantry. Then we'll talk about it again. That's the bottom line. If that's the only way, it really is. Then let's move on to the next order of business. Councillor Tay and Councillor O have a proposal that would... No. Pardon me? Will you not even let me speak? Save your breath. It is a terrible idea. The effect will be no peasant will be able to use any of the ship's computers. You realize this, right? That isn't what it says. Oh, come on. You know what it's going... You know that's going to be the effect, though. This is kind of insane. What's wrong with encouraging the peasantry to seek out a proper education? Because it's not going to encourage them to do that. It's going to encourage every single person who's ever written a letter with the word democracy in it to riot. Like, we're going to see things on fire, probably even outright banditry. It's important that we raise the level of literacy. As the meritocracy exams results demonstrated, it's a massive problem even in the upper classes. That's a cover. That's bullshit. They don't want anybody else. They're systemically tearing apart the peasantry bit by bit. Like, they're taking out pieces over and over and over and over again from the peasantry. Taking away their ability to use computers, taking away how much money they have, taking away their options for mobility, for social mobility, taking away the money that they would even have for having a kid. In comparison, like, and when you say if somebody is rich and they get 20K for a kid, but then if you're poor and you get 5K, you're taking money away from the person who only gets 5K. And then also trying to increase the taxes, like, they are trying to beat the peasantry as low as possible, while also stripping as many rights away, or as many options away from women as possible that isn't traditional monogamous marriage, or even polyamorous marriage for the sake of their own security. It's entrapment. Yes, well, if you think it's going to have that effect, then you're even dumber than your predecessor. That's completely out of line. Yeah, withdrawn. But find another way to promote this agenda. One that won't end in my department needing to put out the fires. Will you abuse your security veto for everything this council puts forward? Just watch me. And there's no point in prolonging this. Next item on the agenda is a proposal tabled by Councillor Yang, the proposed Electoral Monitors Act. You can find the text of it in the 5th appendix. I hope you won't be vetoing this one out of hand, Councillor Mute. Well, I don't like the part where it takes money out of my budget for officers not under my control, but I don't think it's a security risk, no. For everyone else, the purpose of the act is to provide independent third-party monitors for the presidential elections to ensure that they occur within the fear of tampering that's lingered in the past. I'm sure the Council security will attest to how much of a problem this can be. Why is this man concerned about election fraud? Yes, it's a problem. No dispute there. Taking out of my budget is kind of problematic, though. Counselor Smith, can you think of an alternative funding source that the act could be amended to use? No. In fact, I don't see any reason to put it to debate. It looks like Counselor Mute will simply have to deal with it. I'm moving to call a vote immediately. Oh, I see how this is. Seconded. I'd also like to second it. Yeah, same. That was much quicker than anticipated. Of all the petty. We'll call it then. How does the council vote? I'm in favor. Also in favor. The Counselor of Engineering and Sciences is in favor. The Counselor of Culture is in favor. The Counselor of Competency is in favor. Counselor O, likewise. She keeps responding after the Counselor of Competency is. The Counselor of State is in favor. Okay. The Counselor of Security is in favor. The act passes unanimously then, and will be sent directly to the President for signing. It's traditional at this point to make a break for the morning at around this time. I motion to recess. Seconded. Gladly. The Council will reconvene in an hour then. Dismissed. So this was the plan. This was the purpose of the meritocracy exams. It was to stack the council, and now the council is slowly chipping away at Mute's money, influence, and ability to really do much. They're giving her things that quote-unquote that she wants, but they are bullying her slowly more and more out of power because the security veto is the one thing that is genuinely stopping Ryu from getting anything that he wants outright. I make everything worse. I fear that I may only be causing my cute little flower, Sheena, to wilt. Does my presence in her life bring her hardship? By being the subject of her impossible dreams, do I only cause her more suffering when the seams of the artifice become exposed? I fear that I give her false hope, a false sense of security, and that will only make things worse when I fail her. Worse, I find myself shielding her from the truth. I wanted to tell her about the patronage that I had been reluctantly forced to consider. That was my intent when I came to see her. I knew something so pivotal in my future, and therefore hers, was something I needed to discuss with her. When I arrived at the family stand on the plaza at closing time, a man who I rightfully assumed was her father, was engaged in an intense-looking conversation with her. I would have stood nearby and wait for them to finish, but when he saw me, he walked out without another word. A troubled look was on his face as he passed me by, and he just shook his head at me. In retrospect, I know exactly what the look signified, and I cannot in good faith disagree with the sentiment, for I know it was out of earnest concern for his daughters, my love's well-being. But at the time, I knew not what to make of it, and was more concerned with Gina herself. Ugh. That's actual homophobia. No smile lit her reddened face, only tears. She stared at me, quivering, like glistening light glistening off her eyes. Then she rushed towards me, and when I hugged her tightly, she let go of whatever inhibition was holding her back and started to cry with great sadness. I felt a pang in my chest to see her so, and all I could do was stroke her hair and tell her, "There, there," as she cried into my shoulder. I wish I could find her a more private place than just letting her cry in public, but her home would be more crowded, and the back room I sleep in was in use during the day. If only I still had the apartment behind the theater. At least there weren't many people about at this hour. After a while, she calmed down a little bit, and at least ran out of energy to keep up the sobbing, and I sat her down. "Oh, little flower, do you wish me to get you some tea to help you calm your nerves? Then we can talk about it," I offered. She nodded. "Thanks," she said, and I was grateful because I needed it for my own nerves as much as she. I left her alone and hurried to the nearest machine I could find in the plaza. When I returned, she didn't seem to have moved at all. I sat down next to her. "Hey," I said to her, rubbing my arm over her shoulder. "Hot or cold?" She sniffled. "Hot, please," she said. I handed her the can. She opened it, took a long sip, and sighed. "Tell me about it, dear," I told her, pulling her in close. "Dad wants me to get married," she said in a wavering voice. "My family gets paid so little these days. It's so hard with 5 people in our one-room home. And, well, look at how big I am. I practically eat enough for 2, she said, laughing awkwardly. Then she started sniffling again and took another sip from her tea. I mean, it's always been crowded at home, even before Grandma and Grandpa moved in, and I always wanted to move out anyway, but why didn't they figure this out for her years ago? But we can't afford to, I said. I said what we both already knew very well. Or we'd be drinking wine together in a restaurant instead of vending machine tea in the back of a stall. She started to cry again, and I felt another pang in my heart. My levity had only made things worse. "Yeah," she stammered between sobs. "Dad was talking to me all. Please just hear him out. He's a good man. I mean, the guy himself, I'm sure he's nice, but I want to be with you. I love you, A. I want to be with you." I held her tightly as her poor tears gripped my heart, and I wished there was anything I could do. "What about the stand? Wouldn't you make more money for your family if you could still work? Even if you didn't keep any wages for your own savings, perhaps it'd be better," I asked, expecting there to be an answer for why that wouldn't help. And there was. Apparently the fallow stand barely made any money these days, and what didn't go to rent instead went for plaza bribes or to desperate nobles. It sounded like the only reason they had it now still was for her own sake. "Maybe I'll run away. I could take my savings and just sleep behind the theater at night and try to find odd work during the day, or just something," she cried out, tears falling from her face. "Do you know why this man wants to marry some girl he's never met? Do you know why?" I asked. "He's just as poor as us. Do you know why? Even though I'm ugly and too young and just some random stranger and there's no love for anything. Taxes. Because there's some big tax break for new fathers. Taxes." I had, in fact, known. It was a recent big political issue, but I said nothing and let her have her moment. She took another sip from her can, then suddenly crushed it in her fist. "I don't want to have a kid." She stared at me with a look of absolute horror, starting to wail. "I don't want to have a kid. I don't care how nice he is. I don't want to move in with some strange man and have sex with him and get knocked up and then have to raise some stupid kid and then never see you. I don't want to. I don't want to. I don't want to." She started to hyperventilate, and all I could do was hold her, hush her, and tell her to breathe, until she calmed down a little. Maybe I'll run away, she said again, wiping her face with her sleeve. Do you think you could? If your parents were going to force you to do such a thing, would you be able to go against them? I asked her, knowing entirely that she never would. She said nothing, but she grabbed me tightly, and I stared at her poor, swollen face, her tear-filled eyes looking so hurt. And then I thought of my own situation. How not only could I not comfort this poor hurt girl that I had allowed to depend on me for comfort, how not only had I let her down, but how also my future was just as doomed as she was having so much trouble admitting hers was. Her only hope lied in a loveless sham marriage, mine in the graces of a pirate patron. Either way, our love would inevitably be torn asunder. At least it would offer stability, somehow escaped my lips. I hadn't meant to think aloud like that. She had no words. She only grabbed me tighter and started to wail loudly again. She cried a river of tears against my breast, sobbing uncontrollably, and I found myself overwhelmed by pity. I started to cry a little too, and forced myself to remain silent, lest I somehow find a way to worsen the scenario even more. What monster taught these women to expect love to come before marriage instead of after? Jesus, Mute. Hey, that log file titled The Death of Mute just finished decrypting. I'm scared, but let's read it together, okay? I need to know what happened. Okay, perfect. Let me BRB really quick so I can stand up. Honestly, the section's going a little bit longer than I expected. But I am so deathly fascinated, I need to know what happens. Whatever is going to be in that file is not going to be fun. Okay. I'm not gonna like this. Dear Mute, if you're reading this, it means that the version of us that wrote it is dead. Huh? If you're reading this, it means that the version of us that wrote it is dead. I don't know what sort of world you woke up in, and I don't know what sort of person you are, but you're me, so I bet you're okay. I'm about to have my memory wiped, so I'm leaving as much information about what happened embedded in my code as I can, or it won't get erased. I hope you're able to make sense of it all. Please forgive me for failing you. You've been thrown into a world I'm sure you don't understand. I want you to know who you can and can't trust. I want you to be able to put things right. You're probably going to feel overwhelmed by all this information, but that's okay. It's okay to be scared. Even with 1,600 years of experience under my belt, I'm so scared right now too. You know, I wasn't at all suspicious when just weeks before we were to enact our coup. Ryu prorogued the council for half a year. Like, I thought it was ballsy. I thought it was a sign of his increasing totalitarianism, but nothing more than that. We just modified our plan to take him into custody in his home instead, which we had more than enough numbers to handle, and went on ahead. The first stage, getting trusted security officers at every critical position on the ship, then disabling the rail system and all outside doors went okay without any problems. I follow along Heo Se-young and a team of 30 officers to personally take Ryu under arrest at his home. When we got the all okay sign from every team, Heo Se-young, yeah, the lieutenant, gave her order to go ahead, and simultaneously every door in every counselor's room flew open. Her team burst in through the open front gate into his home, guns at the ready. The house staff all froze up, while her team secured the first room. Se-young went from the nearest maid she could find and grabbed her by the collar. "Where's Counselor Ryu?" she barked. The maid quietly whimpered directions. Then, with two of her officers remaining to lock down a door, she ordered the rest into action. Before we managed to reach him, we ran across Yuna, guarded by a single pair of men in electoral monitor uniforms, with their weapons holstered. Why do the electoral mods have weapons? I felt good. We had them vastly outnumbered, with enough of our own officers to completely lock down everything and still hold them at gunpoint. Elsewhere on the ship, reports from the other teams started coming in of successful arresting the other counselors. "Please resist arrest," Se-young said, harshness in her voice. "I'd love to strike you down where you stand, and now, you murderous bitch. So come on, resist arrest." And that was the first time that evening that I truly worried. Yuna didn't seem scared at all. Rather, she smiled at us. "No, we shall surrender peacefully," she said in a far too relaxed tone, while her men raised their hands. "No excuses for unseemly violence, I'm afraid." "Cuff them," Se-young angrily ordered her own officers, who quickly did. Then, like, out of nowhere, the man we were looking for appeared at the end of the hallway. "How very bold of you, Mute," said Ryu. "Well, this should be pretty familiar, President Ryu," I said, emphasizing the title. "This could have gone differently, you know. Like, it'd have only been less power-hungry." "Me? Power-hungry?" he laughed. "When I came into power, this whole retrograde society was power-hungry. I never asked for this position, woman. It was thrust on me." He walked towards us. Stop there or I'll shoot, Seo-young snapped at him. No you won't, Yuna said, as he continued to come closer. I don't think a weak person like you has the guts to do it. Awkwardly hovering around his conversation at a party while dressed up in men's clothing. Perhaps, but you'd never shoot him. It pains me to say this, but don't shoot. I said only into Seo-young's ear. A successful coup doesn't fire any shots. He's arrogant, but harmless. Quiet, dear, he said. But it's true. You'd lose your precious moral high ground, and I know you wouldn't want that. Lieutenant, please, I said. Just do the honor of putting handcuffs on this criminal already. She briskly walked over to him, but he just crossed his arms, arrogantly staring down at her. No, you won't do that either. In fact, release my fiancé right now, he said. Then, without any further warning, Seo-young decked him. She stared at her. He stared at her, shaking his head. That's enough of that, he said. Sorry, I must have misjudged the timing of this. It should only take a few more seconds. Then suddenly, while we were all perplexed by what he meant by that, there was a huge noise and the entire ship shook violently. Within a few seconds, I'd receive a report, an explosion starting in the middle of the plaza. Seems like your little rebellion is awfully dangerous, he said. Looks like it'll justify some pretty drastic measures to put you down. Seo-young suddenly put her knife to his chin. What the hell was that? I demanded, increasingly worried that things were not going to plan. The first of two, he said. The second should go off in about 10 minutes, unless I can personally enter the disarm code into the computer. You're out of control. I snapped at him. Like, do you really think you can threaten your way out of this? Yes, he said, confidently, because the second one is located inside the ship's computer core. You're bluffing, Seo-young growled. But that contradicts the history that she was told. She was told that Seo-young planted the bombs. I'm honestly not, he said. Counselor, remember that routine computer core maintenance on March 3rd? Send in your men to check if you don't believe me. Come on. Easy enough to confirm. It's huge. You can't miss it. I didn't like the idea of being ordered by him, but if he was telling the truth, that'd be catastrophic. And like, someone with his power could very easily have set a bomb in there behind my back far before I even thought to suspect him of anything, if he had that foresight. And thinking about how long-term his takeover of the government had been, foresight was the one thing he had. I ordered the nearest officers to investigate. You'd have to be mad to do that, I said. You'd destroy everything if you took out the ship's computer. Oh, please. Don't be dramatic. It's not that powerful, and it's bolted directly to your core. Sure, there will likely be collateral damage, but we could probably do a clean start anyway. We'll get by, he said. Sorry, I'll get by. You'll be dead. That won't get you out of it, Seo-young said, pushing her blade closer against him. If you do that, I'll just shoot you where you stand. Just then, the report from the officer sent to check on the computer core arrived. Sure enough, there was an unidentifiable device strapped to the core. She is having a major conflict between trusting her old self, who is recounting literally events that happened maybe minutes to moments ago, and a history that she was told after she was rebooted. Like, she's having an internal crisis right now. Can you disarm it within 10 minutes? Or relocate it, I asked them, starting to panic. I'm sorry, ma'am. We can't even reach it, said the officer into his earpiece. It's at least, 10 meters up, and the maintenance ladder's been removed. There might have been one on the engineering deck, but you'd never make it in 10 minutes. Okay. You should. I had to stop and think. You should get a safe distance away. Then wait on further instructions. Mute out. Back in Ryu's home, I turned to look at him. He smirked. Found it yet? He asked. I tried to think of what to say to reassert control. My processors went to full, trying to come up with something and failing. I'm sorry, Lieutenant. He's telling the truth, I said. Good. Now that we have that sorted out, put down your weapons, please, and surrender the root password. Hurry, ladies. You only have 10 minutes, you know. He mocked us. If that bomb goes off, I will absolutely slice your neck open, Seo-young snapped, unfazed. That's a promise. Your fiancé will watch you die gruesomely. My mind continued to race, drawing on all available processing power, desperate trying to come up with a way to get out of this. Seo-young's threats would never work. He knew I'd have to capitulate if I was to survive. I used up 4 whole minutes of the time allotted, and I had nothing. I started truly to become scarred, as I realized that there were only 2 options. Stand firm and risk dying, or give up everything. I couldn't risk dying. Lieutenant, I said, the confidence drained from my voice. Do what he says. That's what I thought, he said. What? Seo-young was rightfully shocked. You can't be serious. It's over, Lieutenant, I said quietly. We've lost. Then, into everyone's earpieces. All units. We failed. Please surrender peacefully and await further instructions. Again. Please surrender peacefully and await further instructions. Mute out. Ma'am, we outnumber them massively. We've gotten them beaten. We can't just give up now, she shouted. I can't risk dying, Lieutenant. Really? Whatever happened to being willing to stake everything on this? You'd rather let So-hee grow up in a ship run by this piece of scum than put your own life on the line? She shouted, horrified. I was horrified. 2 options. Betray her, or risk my own life. I wished with every bite of my being that I could have picked the second option, but I knew I couldn't. I knew, as my very core directive, that safety was more important than freedom. 1,600 years of experience told me that. I can't die. Without me, who will keep the ship safe? I pleaded. Sorry to interrupt, but you're running out of time fast, Ryu cut in. It's also interesting seeing that this is what gets Mute to be mad at her old self, but like, for a completely different reason now. I would have given my life for you, she cried at me. You wouldn't do the same. I'm so sorry, I said softly. In 100 years, nobody will remember this day. Either way. But they'll still need me there to keep the ship safe. I can't believe, she trailed off. I won't do it. I won't accept that. I let out a long sigh. I could think of one thing to say to convince her to stand down, but it felt too harsh a betrayal, too cruel a manipulation, just to save my life. I said it anyway. Seo Young, please, if you love me, then do this for me, I begged. No, you manipulative bitch, how could you say something like that? She stared at me in horror, and I felt overwhelmed with guilt as she lowered her knife. I knew what her expression was saying without her using any words. She couldn't believe I'd done that. Neither could I. Right, the rest of you. Please put your guns on the floor, Ryu ordered. Do what he says, Seo Young said quietly. I couldn't look any of them in the eye as they all followed her order. You can come in now, he called out behind him, and on cue, a small unit of his electoral monitors rushed in. Uncuff these two men, then take the rest away. Said Yuna quite quietly, the first she'd spoken since the initial confrontation. Mine too. I don't know. Powerless is a good look for you, he said, smirking at her. Let's get to those later. She shrugged. If you say so. These three lines characterize Ryu and Yuna's relationship so perfectly. Powerless is a good look for you to say to the woman he ends up marrying is insane. I watched in sad horror as my officers were all escorted out of the hallway. Seo Young looking back only briefly at me, with an agonized expression on her face. Then they were gone. I couldn't bear to shift my focus to another camera to follow. Now, let's have the root password, counselor, he said. With tortured reluctance, I displayed all 200 characters of it on screen for him. It's all yours, I said quietly. Now turn off the bomb. Let's change to something easier to remember first, he said, and typed away at the screen. Then I got a notification. The password had been changed, and I no longer had any access to it. Now turn off the bomb, I insisted desperately. Bomb? Oh, please. I'll have to have your men trained to be more thorough, he said. It's just a noisemaker. I'd never be that reckless. The Heo Seyoung's rebellion, setting off a bomb into computer core, sure would be pretty drastic and unsympathetic, wouldn't it? It was a bluff. What? I cried. And at that point, I lost all will to resist. No action I had taken today had turned out to be anything but disastrous. The only logical conclusion was I should stop. But the idea of Seo Young taking all the fall pained me. Then I guess it's all over now. That's all I could say. I'll go along with your agenda from here on out. Good, he said. And then it felt like it was finally over. And like I could simply go on with my life in a persistent state of deep shame at having betrayed my lieutenant out of terror for my life. Then Yuna cut in and ruined that. Could you explain something to me, love? He grinned at her and stroked her cheek. Of course, dear. What? Well, it's just, how do you plan on ensuring her loyalty? I think I'm just missing something. That's all. She trailed off in an obnoxiously soft voice. I had lost all will or ability to say anything. What was the point? I was incapable of doing anything right today. Old, useless, and cowardly. That's me. I have the root password, of course, he said. I can shut her down at any time. Huh. So you intend more threats then? She said. I get it. I don't expect any more trouble from her. Right, certainly, she said. Although, you know, that thing you said about having a fresh start for our new dynasty did sound awfully romantic. If only we could all just forget about the old society that preceded women like Mute and her lieutenant and start all over. And that was when I realized there was no way I was getting out of this alive. Romantic, huh? He said thoughtfully. Heo Seyoung's attack on the computer core was supposed to render it so damaged it couldn't function so far as the peasantry is concerned, after all. We'll make it so it destroyed all the data too. Total system wipe. Start year 0 of our new dynasty right from 0. I'll just figure out how to do that. I stared in horror. All that had been for nothing. To think that I had abandoned my poor lieutenant and my entire cause just to die anyway. To think I had started a day from a position of some power, a position where I still could have, like, done something, then thrown it all away for nothing. To think I'd be unable to fulfill my duty of keeping the ship safe. Don't do that, I pleaded. Please. Haven't you learned yet? Don't tell me what to do, Mute, he said. Don't make me beg. How pathetic, Yuna scoffed at me. That was it. Because of her, I was doomed. And then, I figured out the only thing I could do to salvage things. If I could make it so he felt content to just delete my memories instead of my entire program, I could encode a message to you in my base code, so the first time you ran a self-diagnostic, you'd know. And they'd still think you were docile and had no memory. It was the best I could do, Mute. I knew it'd be rough on you, and I'm sorry. No, like, I said reluctantly. Do a restart to initial settings operation instead. It'll wipe all data, all memories, all clocks. But you'll still be able to use the computer. And you'll still live, he said. Remembering nothing, I said quietly. Ask Counselor Han if you don't believe me. Well, thank you, he said, smiling cruelly at me. I'm glad you were able to be useful to me in the end, Counselor Mute. I don't know what you'll be able to do. Maybe it's too late to get rid of what Ryu has put into motion. Maybe there's nothing you can do about that. The password's being entered right now to commence the system reset, so I have to stop now and save this all to my code. Goodbye, Mute. If you can, please tell Seo Young I'm so sorry. And please, keep the Mugenwa safe. You can do it. I believe in you. So that's the whole story. I feel like I'm not okay. I'm really not okay. I don't know how to parse all this. Like, I think I need some time to think this through. Please turn off the power for the night. I need to be alone, okay? Thanks. I just need some time alone to think things over, okay? I'll just let you go ahead and save your data first. Okay, all done. Well, farewell. Ugh. That hurts. Yeah, and I'm on wait for 12 hours for this. Hang on. Let me switch over. Damn. The more that I play through this, like, I am so... I am so enraptured by the way that information is presented in this game. By the way that information is presented in this game. And like, how remarkably tight the writing is. See how cooked, holy shit. Like, ugh, that hurt. Uh, like, that hurt. um, like, it's so, it's so well constructed. Like, I feel like I keep saying this like again and again, but like, I really do want to keep like emphasizing it. It is so incredibly well constructed and so interesting in how you're able to find information and how you're able to piece it together to form like a coherent narrative and follow characters along different arcs. And none of it feels superfluous. Like, all of it tells you something, even if what it tells you isn't necessarily like super immediately clear. Like, that shit hurts. Like no, that reminds me. Like no, it reminds me of like the documents and stuff that I read when learning about like different parts of like sociology. Of just like what was no, just like the different practices that happen, kind of why they happened, and like policies that led to it and how they like it's such a smart and well done. It's such a smart and well done narrative. And like I know it is exactly like it is literally exactly the way that the first game was set up. Um but like damn. Damn, that makes it depressing. it's so good. It is incredibly well written. But like it is so it's so upsetting. It's so incredibly well thought out. I trained and worked as a journalist for years. The council meeting notes hit harder than I expected. Yeah, like that reads like a court transcript. It reads like a transcript that like is taken at meetings like that. Like there's a certain level of like faux decorum. Like they want to act like and they want to present like that they're so well put together. There's always more you can read below the surface. Yeah. Like they present so well, but like when you're actually tracking the things that they are saying, when you're tracking like what the goals are for what they're actually trying to do, like it's so the word I want to use is evil. Like, I just want to say that, like, oh, it's evil that it feels this way. But it's like, it's how certain people are. That's how certain people are. That's how certain, like, bureaucracy, like, works. Like, there's a level of decorum that you kind of pretend that you have while enacting horrible policies. Good for you, horrible for other people. But you're enacting these horrible policies knowing full well what your actual intent is. Evil walks among us. Yeah. We're very kind of, I guess, directly in this sense, like, lording over you. Like, Mute is not innocent in this scenario. Like, she contributed to this. She also enacted policies that would later come out to bite her, and end up messing up the people that she cared about. But that doesn't mean that Ryu was, like, better. Like, Ryu was cooking the books. He was scheming for so long, doing everything he could to put himself into power. And he played such a long game, and it worked. And that's the depressing part. It worked, and it worked off of a bluff. Like, I didn't know how long this part was gonna be. And then also tying that into, like, the other stories with, like, Kim So-yi, like, so many people's lives were getting worse. So many people's lives got worse, were transformed slowly over the course of a couple years, and, like, everybody was just, like, forced to play this game that they didn't want to be a part of. Sure, there were some people who felt like probably that it was better for them, but, like, Mei, between Mei and G, and Aijong, my bad. Like, fuck. It's so soul-crushing, even for the field that I am in, even for the field that I have a bachelor's for, and, like, everything that I know about how these things operate and how they work so insidiously, but seeing how it works, like, top down, and seeing, oh, these are policies that are pressuring these people to do these things. Oh, they're doing this because of this. Oh, this is why their family is saying, like, why don't you just go and have a kid? It's so depressing. It's so depressing, but it's depressing in the way that I like Nier, where it's just like, oh, it makes me it makes me feel bad. It makes me feel bad, but I feel bad in a way that, like, I want to keep going because I want to know more. Naimaki. God. Also, hi. Sorry. Like, caught me right at the end of the session. Because I was thinking about doing the Hunye part if it wasn't gonna be too long. That ended up going for, like, almost 5 hours. Rather feel bad about something that's highly crafted than the real world. Yep. Yeah. Like, because reminder for people who don't know, Game came out August 19th, 2013. This game is over 13 years old. And it's currently on sale for $3. Hey, you can pick that up. Also, you can pick up... There's also a bundle that includes it and the first game, as well as the soundtrack. For both of them. Both the games are $2.50. So basically, you can pick up both games for $5. And then you can pick up the soundtracks for what? Like, I think that's like $1.30 a piece. This is so much more systemic than like the first one. Like, well, no, the first one was also systemic, but you got more of a focus of like the stuff that happened after the reset. But damn. It feels like every year I end up like going back to playing a VN, or like finally playing a VN that I've wanted to for a while, and going like, oh damn, this is why I like visual novels. And like, hey, I'm having that exact experience with this. I am now 100% certain I kind of want to finish this playthrough with Mute. Because I find her perspective fascinating, and I really want to see how her thoughts change, potentially, after her exposure to that information. VNs are the best media. Hi, Tiagi. Good morning. God. God, that's so good. It's so good in the way that it makes me feel bad. But it makes me feel bad in the way that the things that I love make me feel bad, where it's just like I feel enriched through the experience. But damn. I love that. I love that so much. Actually, hang on. I want to see... I'll continue to think about this for years. That's why... Hang on, I'm standing up because I'm trying to find something. Like, that's why the original stayed with me for so long. Like, the explanation of the Pale Bride, versus the translation of the sick daughter. Like, like, ugh. And it's so... And it had such a mix between, like, the cute Yuri parts of, like, the two utter disaster lesbians deeply in love with each other. But then, like, both crumbling in one another's grasp. Like, super cute. But then it's contrasted with like, hey, you should marry that guy that your family introduced you to last week because it'll be more secure. Because we love each other, but we can't get kids. We can't have kids. Which means we're not gonna get the tax credit. And we're not gonna get the additional tax credit because neither of us are a man. Because, you know, that nobility stipend that only passed through the males and not anybody else in the family because of a council policy. Like, when you have a game like that that is so focused on, sorry, I don't think this is the right journal. Oh, that's the wrong note section. Yeah, no, it's not the right one. I think this is sociology of work, but it's not what I'm trying to look for. This is more useful for like workers' rights and stuff. Well, not necessarily, but it's not directly what I'm looking for. Okay. Either way. What is that? All right. Either way. Like, there's so much. There's so many different ways that those things like constantly overlap in different ways. Hi, Cherry. I can chat for like a little bit. Cause like that's gonna, I don't like having to think about that for so long. Hi, Lena. What would happen if I stop taking these potions? You'll be fine. And I'm not even saying that in a scary way. Here. We can... I'll turn down to Sociology 101. Yum. Cause like... God damn. Just... Like... Having a game structured like that, where you're effectively just poring over documents, like various different type documents. Like we're going from like advertisements to the theater, we're going from advertisements to the theaters to people's like personal diaries, to like council meeting stuff. Like, it's such a wide variety of documents and information that you're constantly getting in different ways that it really gives you a top-down perspective of how social structures really work. Like, even the fact that they have a presidency. They have a presidency, and like, from the outset, the council was openly talking about, hey, we don't want the peasants to think too much about this democracy thing. We need to get them to cut that out instantly. And it's like, cool, okay, so you're already focusing on consolidating as much power into the council and into your families as possible. What is a reasonable continuation of those actions? It's somebody else on a council consolidating further and further power into themselves. It's like, hey, we already have so much power in like a couple spots. If I can ensure that I have even more of that power, what stops me from becoming the next president and then ruling over the next however many years as my own start of a new dynasty? Like, the thing that got me so much about the first hate game, the first like of like hate of Analog, a Hate Story, is the fact that it's not like you're transported backward in time. Is this only the second stream that you played, or did I miss one? This is only the second stream of this game. I'm using references to the first game that I played, which is called Analog, a Hate Story. Both games are on sale right now. You can get both for about like $2.50. And I played the first one years ago. Years ago. Like at least 2014. I hate saying that because now that's over 12 years ago. And like that VN stuck with me for a long time because it was very different. It's just like this one, you're kind of going around through different documents at different times. There's no linear way of you figuring out stuff that's happening. Like you have to figure it out based off of dates and figuring out like, in conjunction to when, I just realized that this wasn't playing the entire time. You have to figure out how that works in conjunction when it comes to different dates, how that works when it comes to, like, oh, if this happened before or after this certain thing, then what does that mean for this? Like, every bit of document, as well as when they occurred, and noticing how they interact with one another is, like, a huge part of kind of sifting through primary documents, especially when you're looking through things of the past. But, like, the thing that got me so much about the first game was the fact that it was a far future setting. Like, even for the years that they're using, because they're using, like, they got up to, what, 2000... No, they got up to 4000 something, then they cut off, and then a dynasty started. And then it's still a couple of hundred years after that. Like, this is all stuff that technically happens in the future, but there is a quote-unquote societal reset. 4,440, yes. There was a societal reset where somebody said, hey, we gotta go back to Neo-Confucianism, or we gotta go back to Confucianism. Wasn't it so much better when men only had power? And then you go back to, like, old school dynasties, you go back to feet binding. You go back to cutting out your wife's tongue because she's talking too much. Or disrespecting you. Like, I think two of the things, and I'm not even saying that just like in the case of like this is stuff that happened in a game, like this is stuff that was documented as happening in ancient, I hate saying ancient, but like in like Korea's actual history. The foot binding thing is especially just like unfortunately was a common thing in East Asia, because small feet equals dainty, and like, hey, wouldn't it be better if your wife was daintier? Was she seen as a prize or like a possession? So it meant that they would bind women's feet so that they would stay small, which did horrible damage to their feet from the bone structure and like a lot of other various things. But all that stems from, like, not seeing women as people and treating them as property. They're just rabbit for feet in general. They always have been, I guess is the way of putting it. They have been, but the way that it manifested was differently. And just hopefully... No, because there's still some people that like make a big thing about like size. But I don't think it's gonna at least spill over into foot binding. I've seen way too many pictures of like what feet binding like really does. After like extreme periods of time, it is incredibly unsettling and very... I'm not really a squeamish person, but like thinking about that just still like gets me bad. Like, it's not a fun thing. But like, again, a game from like from over 12 years ago. From over 12 years ago, the first game coming out 14 years ago. I think it was a 1 to 2 year difference. I'm not gonna check because I'm lazy. But like seeing these two games and like the way that they're talking about these things, and like also having New Mute, I should say, as a nice foil of this is what somebody with sentiments who came after but are ideologically more conservative and more reactionary, I guess is the way of putting it. Restrictive, I should say. This is how they react to a society where it is fairly common for women to wed, or like they're used to having like more financial autonomy. Or a society where it is not weird for a woman to want to work. Or where she's not past her prime for not having kids at 22. Like, Mute creates such an interesting foil in this game by both being present in two different ways, but it's in a way that's different from the way that Hunye was, where she didn't fully remember, but who she was relatively still who she was, whereas Mute is functionally separated into two different people before and after her death. Which is why I kind of stuck with sticking with Mute for this session, because I kept thinking about her because she's so interesting as a character. It's so, like, I don't know. Like, no, I do know. Like, this game and Hate Story are just so fascinating to me. Like, it feels weird to like say that a visual novel is so text dense, but like I think especially for this one it is, because it is just you reading documents. It's you reading documents. There's not really a clear kind of like storyline. You need to know. Sorry, I was taking off a jacket. You need to know how to read documents like that and how to piece stuff together like that in order to get like a more clear kind of idea of things that were going on. You also need to be able to retain a lot of information like that, which doesn't sound like that big of an ask, but like the game forcing you into a 12-hour wait cycle is funny because it does kind of force you to sit with those thoughts for a little bit. Like, I like the fact that the game is forcing me to take time to think these things over, because these are things that I have thought over, like, kind of because I've had to for my bachelor's. But like, when you're really sitting in the discomfort of really processing what these types of societies and these social structures really do and did to these people, to these women specifically, it's really disheartening. And like, that feels obvious to say, like, no, duh, it's disheartening, but it's like, so the part that gets me, this is more in relation to the first game, but like the part that gets me is that it's so pinpoint. Like, there's a level of awareness and an understanding of how these things like actually happen and how they form and how they manifest in real life that makes the brutality and the, I guess, efficiency of these actions, of like this slow creep of totalitarianism and patriarchy and systemic oppression on so many different levels, like it makes it more unsettling. Like, this is how things have happened. This is how things are happening. Like, there's a tangible realness to it that makes it so much harder to kind of stomach. Not in a bad way. It's a very... It's a very discomforting feeling to sit in. But because it's making you sit in that discomfort, it's making it stick with you a lot more. And that's why the first game stuck with me for so long. Because even from the first game, like that kind of sparked a little bit of my interest to like learn more about, like, oh, that foot binding was a real thing. Not only was it a real thing, it was a thing that was also practiced in China. It was also practiced in Japan. I think there was also parts of like West Asia where it happened. Like, I don't know. There's a certain level of the politics and stuff that happens in stuff like Metal Gear where like it feels cartoonishly far enough, but like they're using certain real things like to try to ground it in reality, but you feel kind of safe. Fucking Metal Gear Zeke wasn't hopping around like the mid-Atlantic in the 1960s. But encouraging people to have kids so that you can give them more money, or cooking the books. But not even just cooking the books. Making it so that, hey, rich people should be the only ones that really have a chance to get social mobility. We're gonna make it so that only rich people can apply to this thing. We're not gonna say it outright, but functionally that's the only thing. That, like, if you're not rich, you're not getting it. Also, if you're rich but your family kind of falls out of line, as in like your grandfather doesn't appeal to the council the way that the council wants to be appealed to, or you aren't going to be bribed, we'll just make sure that you're ousted from any seat of power and that you have no chance of ever getting back in. We'll replace you with somebody who is willing to play ball in the way that we want you, or or one person wants you to play ball. Like, it's so... It is incredibly structured, and it is incredibly thought out, and that's what makes it so... so depressing. Like, it's depressing. It's depressing, but it's also so... It's real. And that's what makes it kind of like really stick. And like so many of these characters feel so real too, and like so full. Like Kim So-yi. Like, I keep thinking about her because I'm trying to think about that letter that her husband sent. Like, I was scared of reading it Because I was worried, like, was he being, like, is this him being mean? Like, would this be him being mean? Would this be him showing that, like, no, he actually did this for money the entire time? But then, no, you just see a fragment of So Yi at her absolute lowest, where she's being told by society that she is unwanted, that the things that she wanted was wrong, that she shouldn't have gone into engineering, she shouldn't have gone into education if she was a noble, she shouldn't want to work, like, she shouldn't not want to have kids because she would have gotten more money, she would have been more secure, she shouldn't have married some dude that was actually really good to her because he was poor. Like, this game is working on so many different societal levels and keeping track of both the nobility, the peasantry, like, sexual orientation matters in this. Like, not just from the sake of, like, hey, here's a couple of really spicy and very thinly coded, like, sapphic romances, but, like, no, this is how this manifests. This is how this, like, ends up interacting with all these factors. And it is nasty, but, like, what Mute did, I'm not gonna spoil it for anybody who, like, just came in, but, like, what Mute did wasn't from a place of manipulation. She was effectively doing the same thing that Zhang did, where she didn't want to, but she was weighing what was more important to her. And it was either doing what she felt was right or doing what she kind of felt that she needed to do. Zhang wanted to be with the woman that she cared about, but she didn't have the money for it. She didn't have the money, her job was drying up, they had no realistic options in the way that their society was heading. So then, yeah, being bought out by Ryu, performing for him, and then making money and having a stable house with consistent food. That ends up looking like a really reasonable thing to do. And then for Mute, like, hey, this is really risky. Is my life as an AI whose prime directive is to ensure the safety of this ship, is this worth, is this coup d'etat worth it? Is it worth risking my life and the life of somebody she loves, like genuinely loves, and her daughter? The life of the woman that she loves and that woman's daughter, is it worth risking that if it means that she could potentially not be there to do the thing that she had special privileges and special access to do for the sake of so many other people? Like, so many of, like, the real characters in this, like, so much of their actions are dictated by love. But then all it takes is a couple of people who don't care. Like, dude's wife was handcuffed, and he was making a display of power, and just said, oh, right, you're still in that. Looks good on you. I'll care about you later. And she was fine with it. Like, she's a great example. Yuna, I should clarify. Yuna is like a really good example of how, I don't want to say like it's selling out, but it kind of is. Yuna's a really good example of kind of how some women will hurt other women if it means that it makes them think that they're gonna be safer. Like, I'll help you fudge the numbers on these stupid tax ideas. If it means that I'm at least gonna be at the second seat of power. Every single other woman will suffer because of the way that I am making this information for you that you're using to apply and push through for policy. But at the very least, I'll be safe. That's why the certain descriptions that Mute gives for certain characters is so interesting and specific to pay attention to, because she is so right, so constantly, but just always off just enough where she's blinded to what's actually happening. And I don't want to say like she's a bad person for that, and I should clarify that that's the new Mute. She's not a bad person for that. Like, that's a result of the environment that she was grown up in and the way that she was raised. That's why having Hanye is such an interesting alternative take, because you get somebody who's like more modern. You get the perception of somebody who is like more closer to modern, or at least like hopefully a more current type of perception of the world. And like, we're trying to make sense of the past because we don't fully understand it. But then for Mute, like, it makes sense in her own way, but the way that it makes sense for her is so... It adds a layer. It adds a layer of both retroactive perception as well as active current perception. And let me explain that before that sounds like insane. When I say like retroactive perception, it's more of like how a lot of people like doing like the memes of like a small British child from like the 1800s, like giving them a monster and then seeing their heart explode in real time. But like, Mute is effectively, what if we pulled somebody from like, I don't know, like 1000 AD South Korea, and then put them in a current modern setting. Like, how would they feel? What would they think? What would they think is like the things that we're doing that are right? What are the things that they're thinking that we're doing that are wrong? And why do they think that those things are wrong? The why is the important part of that, because the why is where you get their rationality and their understanding of how things kind of work out. You get to understand the thought process behind it a little bit more. And I think that's kind of why I'm finding her a little bit more fascinating than Heian. Not even because I dislike Heian. She was the one that I romanced in the first game. But I think personally, I've graduated. I've also literally graduated, but that's separate. Like, I don't need Hanye to necessarily explain as much to me, but I like hearing Mute's explanations for things because I'm able to discern what she's actually saying at this point. I'm able to discern, kind of the things that I can call out as flaws in her logic. Which makes her a very interesting, compelling character. Especially for moments when she finally kind of breaks from those ideas. I really like her. Often to comical effect, I might add. Girls can't love girls? How are they gonna have a child? Your playthrough has added a lot. I'm glad. I'm glad. And like, I sat on this game for like... I sat on this game for like 12 years. I've had this game for so long, but I just never got around to playing it. But like, I'm so glad that I'm finally doing it. It's still in my to play folder. That's why I wanted to play it, because I'm like, okay, I remember the first one was pretty short, so like I want to get through this. I want to get through this and I want to see. And all the while, because I was thinking about that, because I'm looking at the achievements, all the while, the game is still being funny. Like... the game has ways of like making little jokes. Has little ways of either making little jokes. Let the fucking Nigerian prince scam in my inbox. Like... the game has a really... It's doing such an interesting balance of being funny, of being sad, of being surprisingly spicy, but then also just having like genuine social commentary and like showing you, hey, this is how some people thought, this is how some people think, and then hey, this might be what a corrupt government looks like. Just saying. Just saying, if the person who has a lot of power is also controlling a lot of people who are very incentivized to work with him because they are being bribed or treated very well, because they're getting certain perks, or different parts of their family are getting kickbacks, it tends to be very easy for that person to consolidate power. Especially when you start removing guardrails like separation of powers. Of course, only purely speaking in the way that the game has been explaining how certain things have happened. Please check the rest of this VOD or go back if you don't believe me. But like, no, there's just like a tangible realness to it that I really like. Like, this is super engaging. It's super engaging and I've been enjoying so much of my time with that. Even if it is kind of like depressing me a little bit, but that's kind of the appeal. I realized I am a glutton for emotional punishment. I like things that emotionally hurt me, and I really wish I could explain why. But for now, I will simply suffer with a smile. Okay. Let me raid into somebody, because it is getting kind of late, and I did do a lot of reading, so I should probably get water. Is that... Ooh, sure is playing Radiant Dawn. I still kind of want to play that. I mean, I still kind of want to. That's on. I might have a reason to actually use my Switch again. What if... Trying to find somebody to chill though, kind of right into. Sucrose just finished. It looks like she's finishing. You know what? Typhring's playing God Hand. And I will never say no to seeing God Hand gameplay. Oh, I think they're also doing it on the hardest difficulty. Which will be a nice palate cleanser. But like, damn, this game's good. Damn, this game's good. And I'm gonna wait very patiently for next week to get to the end of day 3. And then maybe I'll think about it. Maybe I'll think about doing another run sooner than later. Just to see like the different dialogue with Hanye. But I don't know. I'll think about that in time. Either way. Thank you for spending time with me. I have to make sure that this is working. Okay, it is working. Thank you for spending time with me. I hope you enjoyed yourselves. I hope you have a wonderful rest of your morning, noon, or night, no matter when you're watching this. Thank you for stopping by, Cherry, and Penny, and Alina, and Tiagi, and everybody else who tuned in. What am I doing tomorrow? I'm sorry, it took me a second. Oh yeah, I'm gonna be playing a demo for something very quickly, and then it'll be doing Guilty Gear Strive because I want to play more Jam. So either way, thank you for spending time with me. I hope you enjoyed yourself. Unfortunately, to tell you it's closed, you do not need to go home, but I can leave you in the hands of a very cool ninja who's playing God Hand. So take care. Johnny!